Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 38th Inflection BFSI Tech Innovation Web Conference and Awards 2021. I am Namrata Kumaya from Team Alden Global Value Advisors and will be the host for the day to navigate you through interesting panel discussions and lead talks. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate success and innovation in BFSI. The top BFSI tech leaders of the country will share their thoughts through the lead talks and panel discussions. The conference theme is Embracing Disruption in BFSI Now and Future. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from the top leaders. Let's start the conference by interesting lead talk by Kamlesh Manuja, Chief Operating Officer from Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance on future of insurance organization post-COVID.
Thank you, Namrata, for handing over this. So thank you, Alden Global, for inviting me to share my thoughts as a key speaker before the start of this panel discussions. And in fact, as I see the agenda, it looks to be a very, very interesting blend of industry stalwarts, speakers, and also a lot amount of expert discussions which are lined up. My topic, and I would probably want to start, by sharing a small update and I hope my presentation slides are visible. So essentially, as a part of this 38th Tech Innovation Forum, I'm privileged to share my views on some part of crystal ball gazing, which I'm going to do on what a future of insurance post-pandemic is going to throw us at, and what are the opportunities which we can embrace at an industry level. A quick overview which I wanted to start is COVID pandemic is something which none of us have actually kind of interfaced or witnessed in our history or in our lifetimes. In fact, this is one of the biggest crises which people say post World War II is essentially what we have witnessed at this stage. As we call it a new normal, it is actually no longer a new normal for us. It is a new future, what is going to get embraced by the insurance industry and also the customers. If I were to step back, insurance industry, ever since the privatization has happened, there are a lot amount of crises in a moderate forms or into a major form, which have actually come in. Obviously not albeit at to the scale what COVID pandemic has brought in all our lives. But at least one thing which we have seen, insurance companies have demonstrated their level of resilience whenever there is a crisis happen. In fact, due to COVID-19, we've seen a huge spike, huge demand coming or emerging for protections, for a health insurance coverage. And I would credit, to all the industry players, including the regulator, to kind of be quick in acting in the changing demands and the changing needs for the consumer in these particular times. And we've seen innovative products being offered, innovative risk management practices being followed, which has completely gone into a digital mode. And essentially, the need of protection is fulfilled to the consumers. Also, I have seen a very, very rapid change in the consumption of technology from the consumers. Something which we've seen, insurance is largely a face-to-face kind of a channel where, one always believed that you cannot do a closing of insurance sale without meeting the customer, because customer needs that feel, that trust, that connect. And we were ourselves believing that can't happen without somebody manually meeting without manually meeting the customer. And we've seen, thanks to the shift which the e-com has brought, the customer behavior and the preference from e-com is also shifted to the life insurance. As a result, the customer has embraced the technology far, far rapidly and far, far quickly than what we've anticipated. One of the shifts which also we are seeing, and I'm sure all of you would agree, large part of technology investments, what insurance companies expected, they used to build their backend, they used to make their backend secure. Almost 70 to 80% of the costs used to go onto the backend strengthening and delivery. Thanks to this shift in consumptions and the demand or the pull from the customer, we're seeing the entire shift which is happening at the point of sale. Be it there are innovative applications or mobile apps which have kind of being launched. We're seeing voice-based services which are being, kind of instituted. And in fact, especially the role of the fintech and insurtech players, which are kind of, coming in with an innovative solutions, innovative journeys, which is kind of made the entire delivery mechanism far more easy and far more agile from an insurance point of view. In fact, today, most of the insurance organization, what they used to think about being difficult to implement is actually kind of using different engagement tools like bots, like RPAs in their particular offering to engage and communicate with the customer is becomes very easy thanks to a lot amount of fintech players in the industry and including the insurtech. Lastly, as we are connecting with each other, where the norm is, we are doing this virtual forum is because of COVID, where the norm is, social distancing. In fact, not only we are adhering social distancing with these virtual connects, we are also making this entire interaction very easy, very comfortable, and very secured. But at the same time, where the person can be present in multiple forums, multiple, cities, and is able to gain and share knowledge with a fair amount of ease. So, the way I would rather summarize for insurance companies, the future is going to be far more digital. It is not only I'm talking about and referring about digitization, which is my first pillar, which I am going to depict in the slide for all of you. It is talking about digitization. It is talking about creating robust, smart customer journey maps. It is where if you're going to define the customer experience basis what the customer is wanting and use technology as a lever to kind of make the entire onboarding or servicing easy, also make it more real time, which what the shift e-commerce brought to us is going to be not only going to be embraced or the customers are going to be hooked on, but also it is going to open up new opportunities for digital channels, which we will bring it within the industry. The second lever, what we've seen, which will shift as a part of the industry requirement following pandemic, is lot amount of emphasis is going to be on data. Lot amount of focus is going to be consuming that data in an intelligent form to kind of understand the customer behavior and also offer what is called right, what is apt for the customer perspective. So there are a lot amount of data models which will come in, which will help us to aid our decision making. Lot amount of data understanding will get in, which will make our risk management more sharper from where we are. We may probably come out with a differentiated products, differentiated pricing based on the consumer understanding on that particular bit. In fact, the industry will move the way we are talking about digitization. What we were not able to do it for 10 years is actually happened in 10 months with COVID. We are also going to see a rapid transformation in the way the smart gadgets are going to offer or operate using data and analytics. It is actually going to be, if you get your data right, get your quality focused, you will be able to be ahead of that curve. Third important thing which we'll see a shift, and this is my personal view, and lot amount of, at least when I talk to my peers and what lot amount of people in the industry, there is a modernization of technology happening. People are switching away from the fixed investment on servers to a cloud-based technology. People are actually kind of focusing with this digital invent lot amount of things on security, cyber risks, and also we are actually seeing automation of software delivery pipeline. People are variabilizing their IT cost, shifting resources where the value of the buck is going to be higher. They're actually creating a talent pool, not only in IT on the digital and AI or on the data modeling, but also at the user part. They're using large amount of agile methodology in order to make sure that whatever you do, you build fast, you test fast, you fail fast, or you also create an experience which gives you a new engine for growth. And lastly, which is the fourth lever, and we've seen a huge amount of change, is the organization participation, which I'll talk about people, is essentially to say, is in order to make sure that your organization velocity is taken care, your productivity is optimum. Today, the days is gone where you invest onto a fixed infrastructure. We are kind of leveraging a new model where if the resource is capable, efficient, and ability to fit your bill, you may probably kind of create a remote set of working, get the right skill set pulled, and even it could be millennials for limited amount of work, but you kind of be value driven and accelerate the organization for the new set of thinking. So in a nutshell, what I would just want to summarize, you will see a lot amount of innovation is my view, where the products are not going to be one size fit all. The products will be very sharper. We've seen innovation in motor, where if you're not using your vehicle, you don't have to pay for 365 days. You pay only when you use your vehicle. There are telematics coming in to make the overall claims experience and overall awareness on the risk side through telematics. We are actually seeing in corporate, if your electric equipment, machine equipment is only operated for 1,000 hours a year, you pay for 1,000 hours. So that's the change which one is anticipating along with technology shift and consumption which will happen. Largely, large part of the decision making is going to be used through data, where in a summary, digitization, but through a proper customer experience or the journey mapping will give an edge to an insurance company. On-spot modeling is what information you can pick, understand the behavior purely from a risk and pitching right from a consumer point of view. On-spot processing, where I talked about the back-end technology investment is shifting to front-end, and insurtechs and fintechs, according to me, can play a very, very important role here. And this is the one which is going to win you masses, because what we say, one bad news travels exponentially. In fact, with this technology, with this social connect, we also have an opportunity where we can shift from one consumer satisfaction index from an advocacy perspective to millions and millions of consumers, not only within the country, including the outside the countries. That can be a best practice for the insurance company, which can happen for all of us. So essentially, this is just a summing up. Yeah, customer experience, digitization are these two things, along with data analytics and behavior assessment, are going to be the new battleground where companies can succeed if they do it right, or the companies may fail if they are actually not embracing to that change. Thank you. Thanks a lot for having me. I would wish you all the best, and to the panelists for interesting discussions and debates. Maybe look forward to the learnings from all of you. Thank you.
Kamlesh, actually, we have audience questions as well for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So first question is, what are the challenges faced by insurance as they intermittently moving to remote working due to COVID-19?
I would probably want to share a personal experience. I also used to believe there are large amount of challenges. And in fact, I would want to compliment, I talked about, our customers consuming technology thanks to the shift on e-com. Employees have actually embraced to work from home. All our organizations, IT teams have actually responded to a fairly rapid manner. In fact, one of the things what we've seen, obviously we all need to get into a regimented or a disciplined way of working. Because in India, we also use cell phone, we're using virtual connects, we also using alternate mediums. I think one of the challenge what I see is we are not able to adhere to the time discipline in a very robust manner. But frankly, in terms of productivity, in terms of our ability to respond and the quality of outcome, I have seen our people has embraced to this change fairly well, but some amount of work if we kind of create a good right balance between a start, end, and actually kind of close looping or minimizing the communication loop, I think we will go a long way. And in fact, there are companies who are moving and investing less on their physical infrastructure and moving on to a digital or a work from home infrastructure. So I see more pros than the challenges, but those challenges have to be tackled.
Okay, so second question from Gaurav Sharma. He's asking how technology is navigating the future of the insurance industry in post-pandemic world.
So, Gaurav, thank you for it. What I summarized earlier, I think it's changing the entire ecosystem. In fact, we've seen, 100% digital onboarding of a customer. We've seen almost more than 50 to 70% of the payments which are coming at the renewal of the contracts coming in a digital form. We are seeing customers actually opting for a self-service mode than using the call center. We are seeing a DIY shift. We are seeing, innovative communication mediums like bots, WhatsApps as the new way of engagement and communicating with the customer. So this shift is already there. We just have to see how do we sustain it? How do we kind of once we, unlock things and open up, I'm sure some correction will happen. But if you're able to kind of adjust to the new normal and get the customer hooked onto the delivery mechanisms on digital part created, I think it'll be a big game changer for the insurance industry. And I see it happening.
Thank you, Kamlesh.
Thank you, Namrata.
Thank you, Kamlesh, for the wonderful keynote session.
My pleasure.
Okay.
So thank you. Thanks a lot and all the best, Alden Global, and for this 38th forum. Look forward to participation and hear interesting views. Thank you.
Now, I would like to start with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the panel is cutting edge digital banking and payments, bank where you are. Here I call moderator Mr. Prasanna Lohar from DCB Bank, Padmanabhan TA from City Union Bank, Nilesh Sangoi from Fincare Small Finance Bank, Deepak Raju from RBL Bank, Imran Said from Federal Bank, and Nilesh Indre from IndusInd Bank. Now I request Mr. Prasanna to start the panel discussion.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everybody. I think, yeah. So, hi, Deepak, Padmanabhan, Nilesh, and Imran. I think good to see you all again. So I think great topic which we have today. Am I audible?
Yes, Prasanna.
Yes, Prasanna, you're audible.
Yeah. So we'll keep it a brief introduction for you all. So to begin with, so I think these days, so I think there are a lot of conferences are happening and a lot of sessions are happening on a digital, and the pandemic has given a lot of acceleration point. I think fintechs are being adopted by banks, which was not like normal earlier days. We have representation from good tech-savvy banks, like we have Imran from Federal, and we have Deepak sir from RBL, Nilesh is there, and Paddy is there from City Union. I think we have a mix of various banks, right? So we have a Nilesh Sangoi or Nilesh Hendre, Nilesh Sangoi, right? So from IndusInd Bank, right?
We have Nilesh Sangoi from Fincare Small Finance Bank.
Okay. I think there were two Nilesh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you so much, everybody, for participating in this discussion. We look at how your experiences since last so many months we are around pandemic and different kind of a situation, and all of a sudden digital is everywhere, and everybody talks digital. That has become a new normal. But what was earlier digital, right? People used to say 2014, 15, lot many adoptions happened. Demonetization given new age for UPI and adoption of digital wallets. Data movement from a geo has really helped many Indians to really adopt internet just like that. Internet was having luxury in 90s or maybe in 2000. We have seen those internet speeds, and today it's all of a sudden everything is work from home, which is becoming new normal. So I would like to start with Paddy Padmanabhan. So good to see you, Paddy. I think a great journey for you also, being from Innocent to now at City Union. So what is that, in your view? What is meant by this change in the digital? Right, every bank has its own journey, but let's hear from your experience, uh, how this digital banking is really going to the new normal, and what is that as a bank you look at, what is that new disruptive things which will take your digital orbit to the next orbit. So then we'll move on to Deepak and Imran and Nilesh. Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon all. Thanks, Prasanna. And yeah, it's good to again connect with some of the panelists, right? After it's been quite some time. The question is very relevant, Prasanna, in terms of each bank having their own let's say strategy and their own evolution in terms of digital banking. Having been associated with MNC banks as well as Indian banks, I have a flavor in terms of how the evolution has been at these different organizations. To put it in perspective for City Union Bank, so what was digital banking for us was more on digitization so far. So we have been, we have been a branch-led distribution as an organization for quite some time. From 2015 onwards, there has been a specific focus in terms of migrating to alternate channels, and digitization has been the core theme for the last 5 years, where you typically focus on reducing your footfalls in the branch for serving customers and reducing your cost of servicing that way. So that is what it has started for City Union Bank, and that program has been quite successful. Today, the alternate channel penetration is close to about 94% as we speak. COVID has, of course, accelerated it by a percentage or two for us, but largely, digitization has attained a mature state for us as a bank, and things are moving into a way where what we call as a phygital experience. So you have a branch distribution, and now you are going to complement branch distribution with digital distribution, and that is what currently we are focusing on, as to how do you complement your businesses with digital distribution. And probably the way forward for us to be more digital and maybe digital only. So that's the way we are looking at digital evolution. For us, we are in the center now. So we are looking at digital distribution as a focus area, and how does it complement the traditional branch channel. That's how we are looking at it, Prasad.
I think good to say that digital distribution, right? I think what we have seen customer last few months, so glued to a lot of digital channels. Like earlier, they used to visit cinema halls or eateries, hotels, but I think everything is sitting at home. People are glued to Netflix, Amazon Primes, and that cross-industry innovations typically coming to banks also. Maybe on a lending side also, people do not like to go to any branch, and they will have a loan, all the loans, while branch staff used to visit at home, but that is also converted into having some personal discussion on video KYC. So world is moving towards slowly towards invisible banking, right? So Deepak sir, what is that you look at, like considering digital transformation journey, and how at RBL is being a disruptive bank since 2014, since they adopted a lot many people aspect and various technology aspects. I think it must be challenging for you, right? And sitting at such a massive opportunity, already RBL is being set as a bank for partners, right? So what next for RBL Bank, right? You are already proven bank, right? Ki, bank for partners. So what next year onward? What is that you are taking orbit to the next level for? So maybe other banks can also learn. This is how it should be driven at 2021? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, interesting question. See, first of all, this pandemic has been like a golden period. It's been like almost a tipping point, to tilt the scale towards, digital. While digital has largely remained within the ambit of what we used to, call as digital marketing. Right? We never thought that
Yeah.
digital could actually become, a mainstay topic, in roundtables, right? For us also, because we have had a head start, I think, like you rightly said, Prasanna, we are known with the moniker of RBL as a partner ka bank. And we started opening up our ecosystem right at the time of the BSD, the PSD2, when it was launched in the UK. That I think around about that time we started opening up our, the technology stack to startups, for them to start playing around with our API stack and so forth, right? I think RBL has also been a front runner in digital adoption. I think we've had a fair level of success in the last 1 year. If you look at our digital acquisition has grown about 4x. Our stickiness on typical retail products like FDs, RDs, SIPs, these products have grown in excess of about 100 to 120%. We've had like 90% just organic digital growth adoption. Our cash management processes have grown by about 40%. We drew roughly about 100 crore transactions on just the Ruby drawing arrangements schemes that we have with financial providers and so forth. Our API stack, for example, has processes something like about 10 million transactions in a day. And we are there wherever the customer is there today. Like you rightly said, you talked about video KYC. I think Paddy talked about being phygital and driving customers more towards digital channels. That's something that we have done, as a conscious strategy. We want to move customers from high cost centers. Like a call center is roughly takes about $4-5 is the cost of transaction when a customer calls a call center. Whereas that if the customer interacts in the mobile banking channel, it's about 10 cents, 11 cents, thereabouts. So it's important, and customers also prefer that. They don't want to talk to a branch heavy bank. They'd rather talk to a bank that is heavily invested in digital technologies that they can just self-service at their own convenience. So for us, like I said, it's been a tipping point here. We've had a tremendous shift towards digital adoption, and the scale has been in excess of 100 times that we've seen on channels that were not known before the pandemic days.
I think awesome views that how bank is being run on a digital transformation, right? You touched upon so many operational aspects, it's good to see that the partnership model has gone 4x, and it should go 8x or maybe 16x, looking at how fintechs are really coming up to collaborate with the banks and so on. So Nilesh, I think FinCare Bank is a new phase, right? Since one of the small finance bank, and for any organization, if you want to drive digital transformation, right? So people aspect comes first, followed by how are you adapting new technologies, and how then based upon your target customer segment, how you are creating your processes, onboarding, engagements, and so on. So what is that differently FinCare is looking at their customer segment? I think as a digital stack, you are already built all these things in no time, right? That's what is good to see, that how you have built it, and how you are serving your customers. So one part which I want to discuss, that how did you achieve in a no time? Like what were the challenges you faced, and how you surpass all those challenges, and maybe in the next round we'll discuss about what next for FinCare. So maybe to begin with, you can touch upon how was the situation, what were the challenges, and how you really went on step by step in that journey.
Sure. So you're absolutely right, Prasanna. I think we are one of the youngest banks, and this was a kind of a greenfield project where we had to be digital native, and many of these things. As a bank, legacy is very important, but as tech, always legacy is a challenge. So we were lucky not to have legacy. At the same time, we would also have to have a lot of catch up on various products and features that customers expect. So that's something that we have taken on a fast track, uh, really accelerated pace. And what is really helping is that learning from this new age startups on the agility component. That how do we have a agile processes, agile development, and agile product rollouts. That's one part, and we've also been focusing a lot on our one of our goals is to go for zero ops. So where our operations part is absolutely like near zero. It can never be zero, but that's what we are looking at. That what can we do? We can how much bots can help us in terms of automating a lot of process. So we have implemented 25 plus bots, lots of API integration so that we don't have multiple systems, multiple data entries. How we can all this do through a single place data entry. So this all helped us also to build a lot of resilience in this pandemic period. Not being able to operate during at offices, at branches, and yet being able to operate at full capacity. We also built this WhatsApp banking and chatbot, which is on the website for you know which is multilingual and which is NLP enabled. So that has helped us to cut down a lot of load on our call centers where people were in scarcity in this period. So that also we could do in the pandemic period. We also helped launch one completely ground up product called Connect, FinCare Connect, which basically we sign up, people can sign up through that Connect app on the Play Store, download, sign up in 5 minutes and start giving us qualified leads. So which has helped us to widen the funnel of the qualified leads. And today, this channel contributes a very significant proportion of the total business that we get. And this was just rolled out in a span of say 45 days. What
Great, great.
friends spoke about digital accounts 101. We have digital 100% digital account which can be opened in 5 minutes. We again saw 4x growth there last year. A lot of organic people cannot go to branches to open accounts. They open account online, and through video KYC they did a complete video KYC. And from a tech stack perspective, we moved to microservices, which is basically breaking away those monolithic applications, which is helping a great deal in the agile DevOps process. And we do put some of these ML processes in credit underwriting algorithms and fraud monitoring and all those purposes. So this all of these initiatives has helped us to overcome many of these challenges that we have.
Yeah, okay. So I think so great views that I think being one of those youngest bank and which you have proved. I think to have an important aspect, one of the digital transformation is having a right architecture. I think you got it right. As you rightly said, you put in the right architecture. That is why you are able to put many more these digital initiatives like account opening or WhatsApp banking or any of those. I think good. Uh, so while we are doing this bi-directional journey of customer services, like what we had, like branches were the one of those prominent channel, right? Earlier, 2000, followed by we have seen mobility and internet banking has become a prime channels now, and all of a sudden now we are talking about how can we collaborate with like what Deepak told about how we can collaborate with fintechs or startups, and Nilesh also mentioned about that, even Paddy mentioned. So Imran, so considering lending part, which was the part in early 2015 or 16, people used to talk only about payments, and that was the only I think banks used to say, or fintechs also, most of the at least 60 to 70% fintechs were only around payments kind of use case. And in the last 2 to 3 years, all of a sudden we see lending fintechs are getting more traction in India at least, and they look at how they can do the lending independently without a banking support or with a banking support. So how do you see this whole adoption, whether banks should really collaborate with lending fintechs, or if they have to do it, what should be the best practices for that? Is it like just look at any of those fintechs and just onboard them, or we should onboard them trustworthy and how do we really technically build that trust with those similar kind of fintechs? Would like to hear from your views and your expert comments on this area.
Thanks, Prasanna. I think rightly, like you said, innovation has been around payments till a while ago, but we have seen in the last couple of years new use cases of digital being coming up, especially in my view because of the advancement what we have seen in the KYC part. Now, thankfully, regulator has slowly started allowing the banks to do the due diligence and do a KYC of a customer digitally. So while it has started with Aadhaar, OTP, KYC. So the JAM module, right? That has been a big boon for the entire banking industry. While adoption of smartphones and Jandhan and Aadhaar, all these three things have led not only institutions like banks as well as REs to start identifying the customer or do the KYC part more digitally. So the best use case which has come from a digital identification, apart from the liability relationship, is a lending relationship. When you are able to give a loan to a customer sitting at his home, at his convenience, why would a customer even need to go to the bank? So in that sense, Federal has adopted a strategy to go branch light distribution heavy. While we know branches are prime source of our customer sourcing, but going ahead, that will not going to be sufficient. You can't have enough infrastructure to catch up with the speed. To have alternative digital channels, distribution channels, we believed fintechs are going to be one of the core supplements for banks to originate business. There have been so many uses. Why fintechs? Why banks can't do it? Obviously, there are two parts. Banks have been traditionally good at lending, traditionally good at doing banking, but fintechs are very good at the tech expertise or the obsession they have around customer experience. If you club these two expertise with fintechs tech and customer experience obsession and banks core competence around lending and underwriting the customer, that makes a perfect combination of a fintech and bank, and it gives as a potential channel for you to go ahead and lend. So now when it comes to what are the safeguards, what we need to look into lending, already we have seen RBI set up a committee to see fair practices around digital lending and the kind of recovery measures these guys are doing. So being the lender, ultimately you are responsible for the regulation and compliance, and you are responsible for the customer service and customer satisfaction. So bank has a larger onus in this partnership. So right from looking at due diligence of the partner, who is a partner you are looking at, what is the kind of investment, what is the kind of management the partners are coming up with, and what is the intent around customer service. Is it only to pile up customer data and go for evaluation, or are they really putting their skin in the game and to see that to the end effect the customers interests are protected, which includes both fair practices on collections and recovery, so on and so forth. So having said that, ultimately bank will be responsible for the underwriting. You can't outsource the underwriting activity totally. At Federal, we have developed APIs. We call it as BRE API, Business Rule Engine API, which is sitting at the bank, which is exposed to the fintech partner, wherein you underwrite the customer on your own terms, bank's own terms. You check the customer individually. With plugging VKYC and EKYC, you are even doing the due diligence around the customer as well. So while the fintechs help us originate the loan and service the loan, but bank is taking the ultimate responsibility of underwriting and verifying the customer. So I think these two are the core aspects we should be mindful about whenever we are going ahead and tying up with the fintech partners.
I think good. I think such a nice description of how one bank should adopt fintechs, typically in lending area, as well as you touched upon other regulatory support which is going to come for the best practices around the lending side. That will really evolve lending more better way in India. I think most thing what we do on a digital, the customer is always at a centricity, and whatever we do, it will be always for your customer, internal and external customer. And this customer is so wise enough these days, they are adopting a lot of new technologies without you ask them. As a bank or insurance company, they are already there on WhatsApp banking or WhatsApp per se as a channel. They are already there on Alexa. They are utilizing Alexa at home for other non-banking services, or they are looking at some advisory services from those wealth fintechs, right? How do I really grow my health, financial health index? So, Paddy, I think technology has really played a major role, at least on the other side of non-banking use cases. And typically, banks also look, customers also look at these banks. Banks should also provide me these services on my these new channels, right? Alexas or wearables, or you talk about WhatsApp, and never know, tomorrow they will say wherever I'm standing, I should get a financial services or any other services. Maybe they would look at a super app, which could be super app of anybody, but your bank has to be part of that app, or any other healthcare company, or any pharmaceutical company, or any food company has to be part of that super apps, like a marketplace, right? So how do you see technology playing role in the adoption of this customer centricity, and how banks should really embark, or banks should wait that somebody will call them and please come and be part of these things, or banks should build super apps? Like, what's your view on this around customer centricity? How we'll take care of customers here onwards?
Yeah, thanks, Prasanna. Some really valid views from Imran there. I mean, and in terms of technology, Prasanna. So I mean, so last year, I mean, we also saw the need to be present on multiple channels. So we did launch our WhatsApp banking service, just as Nilesh was saying. So we thought. Without us probably doing a lot of push, right? There was a natural pull towards that channel, and we have quite a good amount of transactions and engagement coming through from that platform. In terms of us being on top of it, right? I mean, as you rightly said, so it's going to be very important for the bank to be present where the customer is, right? Which means there are a set of technologies that you would need to adopt to, and be available. And that's where open banking and some of the technologies that are evolving plays a vital role, right? So we are looking at AI/ML capabilities currently, and being part of a way where digital underwriting can take place for you to open up your backend infrastructure for fintechs to connect to you and be present in the ecosystems where the fintechs are operating. Is going to be a key way how bank itself is going to become resilient, right? In terms of disruptive technologies. So you're going to see these fintechs being present on a lot of even blockchain networks, right? So they're going to be present, and they're going to be present in different ecosystems themselves, and banking in itself is going to open up as a service. Now, so what do you need to do is to have maybe your own legacy systems transform to be able to co-create and be in these ecosystem, and that's what we are focusing on currently. Building our own middleware stack, or opening up our APIs for the backend, and being present on the channel where the customer wants us, are all the focus areas that we are looking at present.
I think a good view that how do we really see all the three areas, like mid office, or architectural part, or how it can be connected to your channels, upcoming channels, and at the same time how you have data insights in the backend, or there are a lot many other technologies we keep on hearing, like artificial intelligence, big data, or I don't know, maybe tomorrow we'll talk about IoTs or 5Gs and so on. So Deepak, how do you see as a bank, are you ready for those futuristic things which are coming up? Maybe 5G will become one of those in the next 2 to 3 years, right? Millennial customers are they talk a lot about wearables or IoT. They must be having one or two gadgets and their on their apparels or wristbands and so on. So I think banking a bit changing. Like what I have seen, my father used to visit bank branch. We used to wait for 30 minutes to take out the money, and used to feel so happy that such a wonderful experience sitting inside so in a branch and coming out, then again reaching back to home. So time spent for, or attention span on these digital channels is very small now for millennials and the customers. Even we are not fond of now watching those 30 to 45 minutes of videos. We are happy to see in 4 to 5 minutes on YouTube. Even 5 days test matches are now becoming 2020s, right? So attention span for overall human behavior is changing. So in that space, when so many banks are there, like how do you see that how data will play a major role to give a quick attention for those customers? This is something for you, right? Yeah, Deepak.
No, I think a fantastic question. You just hit me with that example of your father going into a branch to draw cash.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
imagine, before the panel, I was also thinking on similar lines. My dad used to work for a factory. He was an accountant that used to work in a factory. So on the payday, one day before the payday, he has to do three things. He has to call the branch manager and tell him tomorrow is payday, and I'm going to withdraw 1 lakh from your branch. Okay, he has to keep the funds ready. He has to tell him what time he will come and collect with him, and he used to bring a guard with him because he has to carry back bundles of notes for distribution. And third, he has to tell him the denomination. I need 100 bundles of 10 rupee notes and this and that to distribute wages to employees. So yeah, we've moved away from those times, and today everything is a click of a button, which is the way it should be. And I think also the another point that is quite intriguing, and you talked about how customers will switch. See, I was reading this report, research report by Accenture that says 1 in 4 customers will switch. If they will switch if it's a virtual bank and they have no branch presence. And that's the nature of how customers think. All the typical Gen X, Gen Z, people who are in the 16 to 20, sorry, 18 to 20 age group. They are all very, very customer savvy, very, very digital savvy, if I should put it that way. They're very mobile first, very social media first. They love their conversational banking gadgets. They love their Alexa prompts. So yeah, I think it's important to be at the presence where the customer is. I always say, be in bed with your customer, right? And banks have also taken that adage very seriously. Many banks that want to become digitally native have started building omnipresence channels. They have started investing in CRMs that can move towards presence-less, serverless, stateless, to be able to solve customer needs at the edge, at the channels where they are.
I think good views. And what I have seen typically, some of the fintech apps, they are now giving some advisory kind of a services to the customer. Right? Say example, somebody is sitting on 1 lakh of rupees, and they come up and say that you should invest into this mutual fund or this few deposits and so on. So that equation is going well for fintech and a bank together. So bank is moving to that one directional banking, visiting branch or visiting your mobile app. So now apps are giving some notification back to customers, and that's really exciting to see how employees also should get tomorrow nudges on their sitting in a branch. Oh, somebody has really entered, and let me greet Mr. Imran who has recently entered, and let me serve him better because I know he's all his finances, right? So, Nilesh, while you are driving, and so far the great journey so far for a bank like Fincare, right? And being a fresh bank, you are sitting on such a nice opportunity, digital first everywhere, right? So, what is that driving factor you look at as far as the technology is concerned, and where do you see Fincare in the next 5 years? Yeah.
I think all businesses are getting digital, but I think this entire thing of fintechs coming in, obviously is putting a major challenge for the banks, because in the times to come, we may not be able to recognize banks from fintechs. See, right now there is a
Yeah.
very good interplay going on where banks want to be seen like fintechs, and fintechs have aspirations to become banks someday. So I think both sides are like coming closer to each other. There have been a lot of areas which traditionally, there are financial institutes used to, like 5 years back, if you see the payments or the, the insurance brokerage, or if you talk about the, this equity trading, all of these were with traditional financial institutes. Today, all of these are with digitally intermediaries. So I think this threat is a major threat for all of us to be on our toes and decide the course of action. Like you want to, be partnering. We want to be building our own front ends, and I think each bank will have their own journeys. Some banks would basically want to just play on their trust factor and just play on that as a bank that people want to go to bank because these are so many years old bank, and people don't many people will not trust fintechs, new age fintechs with their money. So that could be the case. Or some banks will create probably a parallel neo bank, like if you see with
Yeah.
with SBI. So that kind of product, sometimes I wonder that probably these parallel banks may be more valuable than banks over time. So that could also happen. And some many of these, like Paytm or like Bharat Pay, they've got banking licenses, they've come into banking space. So again, that could be another area where that many of the fintechs will become banks over time. And I think there will be lots of such things for us. I think what is important is that how do we, like what was just you mentioned about the new age customer, that how do we serve that customer well, and we do not become irrelevant. And at the same time, there are huge benefits that digital brings, especially now. We have like 80% of our customers in rural part of country, and those customers also are now getting onto digital. Like last year has been a major shift in terms of, say, UPI becoming so popular, uh, mode of payment. And where now, instead of now removing money from their bank account and keeping cash in their under the pillow, they've been okay to keep some money in the bank account where they can make payments through UPI, that kind of mechanism. So that's going to fundamentally change the entire behavior. The collection process is going to become very digital. So we could be quick followers or we could be trendsetters. I mean, it all depends on individual bank to bank journeys, but that's something that we look forward to.
I think a good views, Nilesh. The way you explained, every bank has its own journey, and how practically you look at the current scenarios at a FinCare and how you want to adapt the whole ecosystem, either to follow or either to be in the race. So I think very fair views. I think looking at what's really happening. So Imran, over to you. Like you have seen federal quite closely, right? Say API banking, open banking, and even on a blockchain adoption, we have seen some of the use cases at a federal. So technology is always being at a front at a federal bank. So which are all those key drivers and technology drivers which you see a bank should adopt in these days? So yeah.
Yeah, so I think Prasanna, rightfully so, there are so many emerging technologies which are coming. I think the other panelists have also rightfully thrown some light on it. But in my view, data as a single word is going to be more and more relevant, and it can be called as alternate data, payment data. There are so many sources around that as well. So having said that, when the data is going more and more valuable, how do you protect the data? In that sense, blockchain adoption we have seen across, it is not only in a payment space but going forward, bringing more ecosystem players into the system, having faith in this entire structure of data sharing. So blockchain is going to be one key technology trend, and we are also in line to adopt that. In fact, we have launched one of the payment cross-border payment remittance service on blockchain with Lulu Exchange. So that's the first product which has gone live. The second part, yes, you have access to data, you have ecosystem players who are sharing data with you. How do you use the data? In that sense, it's practically not possible for a human being or a machine to do it. So we are bringing in the artificial intelligence to feed in the entire data and see what is the decisions which AML system is going to take and automate so many of the process, be it underwriting, be it even the payments also, right? And now you can identify a customer whether he is the actual customer or a fraudster trying from a different device. It's not the regular device which he is using. There are the payment trend is different, so we can probably identify that he might not be the actual customer. In my view, data becoming more and more valuable Along with that, how do you safely handle the data? Their blockchain becomes relevant. How do you process the data and make the best of the data? AI becomes that much more relevant. So these are the three combinations which increasingly not only federal, any aspiring bank will be latching upon to in the next few years, and that is going to become that much more relevant.
Yeah, I think good views, and Paddy will also agree that UPI, right? UPI is one of the landscape changing use case which we have seen in 2016-17, and I think UPI has gone beyond banking now. Phone Pays, Google Pays are some examples where they are now collaborating with bigger banks, ICICI, yes, and many other banks are now. Even tomorrow, if a regulator permits, you will have a use cases on WhatsApp banking also for UPI. And data is everywhere, right? So now data, same transactional data will be on your fintech apps, followed by trusted associations on NPCIs or visas, followed by your bank, and within bank also data is getting translated into many other areas, something for a fraud risk, something for your big data and Hadoop to extract some of the MISs or predictive analytics. So I think data is now becoming very, very important aspect of how do we deal with the customer. So my next thing with Paddy, do you really see, are you practicing data as a separate unit within your organization and giving some kind of attention to this, or it will take more time for banks to keep ahead of those fintechs or the companies who are data first? They understand data, and based upon data they provide some incentives or provide much more needed services to the customers. So yeah, Paddy.
Yeah, Prasanna, absolutely. I mean, as in UPI has just, grown about, like for us, it has grown about 3x in terms of transaction volumes, both on our apps as well as our partner apps. In fact, I mean, earlier, I mean, we used to have separate apps for UPI and our mobile app, and then we converged it into the core app so that there is just one app for, all your needs. So in terms of transactions and, this data, it is exploding. So the bank, we have invested in a big data infrastructure, and we have invested in creating our own data bank, which is sort of kind of getting
Awesome.
these feeds from all the let's say other systems and other legacy systems, a mix of both structured and non-structured data. And we have our own, let's say, engines which are proprietary to us that are being deployed for underwriting, mining, data mining for, let's say, be it churn prediction use cases, be it maybe cross-sell and upsell use cases. So this infrastructure is what we are leveraging, and it is challenging both from a tech stack as well as from getting the right skills. Being still leveraging the benefits of cloud, but without actually overdoing it. So it's a mix of how do you strike the balance between leveraging some of the capabilities that are there, being able to process faster, being able to take those decisions, and still being secure. So our architecture is something which we are taking very seriously. We are looking at how the, let's say, data moves between our internal application and to even systems on the cloud, and what data goes in, whether it's transient, and to that extent. And this big data infrastructure we have deployed for a set of predictive analytics and ML use cases that we are going to leverage largely for the cross-sell, upsell use cases and the underwriting space for now. And that's our focus area for now, Prasanna. So in that way,
Great.
that way we are collaborating with fintechs. I'm sure, not all of these skills, you would be able to build from scratch. So we are collaborating with some of these fintechs who have specialized in, certain use cases.
So I think that's great view, Paddy. Quite a good insight, like how you are making a bank like digital bank or with a data banks, right? And at the same time, you touched upon how, say, example earlier, Nilesh were talking about whether to do it in house or outsource, right? So rightly pointed out, you are embarking some of those flavors from a fintech companies or data companies, right? So never know, some of the companies which I have seen, they come up with a one layer this layer fits into your organization so seamlessly. It caters all the data points from core banking channels and all. And on the right side, this layer understands the whole data things and gives a liberty to build your on the fly ad hoc reports, or build your algorithms to show whatever the data insights are needed. So that's how these platforms are coming. So Nilesh, how is your experience around the data? Although being a new bank, how you, and you have advantage to really create this from the beginning, so that you can really learn your customer life cycle from beginning and give back those either for fraud risk, either for your adaptive security, either for additional services which you want to give to the customers. Yeah. So for sure, data and AI, etc., is becoming normal technology. It's not like now rocket science like blockchain or a crypto or a IoT or a 5G. But still, I think it's a survival. Sitting on a data, understanding data, I think that will showcase the journey of any of the banks. Yeah.
Deepak just mentioned a
Yeah.
while
Go
back.
ahead.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So no, Deepak was just mentioning a while back that 1 in 4 customer will churn. I think in some context, some consultancy firm predicted 1 in 4 customer will churn. I think the challenge for the bank is to know which one of that 4 will churn. So I think that's where the data comes in play. And banks, actually, you use the word data bank. I like that word. I think, the data bank is, I think banks are flush with data. I think, all kinds of consumer behaviors over years, how they are, taking up the credit, how they are, what is their payment track record. And now a lot of alternate data sources which fintechs use very, very effectively in lending space. So I think these all are adding up, uh, because, like, for example, banks have been using traditional sources for a long time, like a credit bureau records. But when you look at the fintechs, how much of that they could use through, like, just understanding the behavior through mobile app. I mean, of course there are thin lines to be drawn, and which should not be crossed in terms of what kind of data you pick up. There are best practices around that, but all of these data can be used to add on to whatever information we already have, the models we already have, to further fine tune those models, build more intelligent models. We are building that. Though we don't have too much data, last 3-4 years, but it's a good, we many times we can use some surrogates, like, because we may not have enough data in terms of customers going NPA, but we would still have on their check bouncing, for example. So those we could use some surrogate data also to build some models. And as Padmanabha said, like, we also build a lot of these credit underwriting models, or fraud risk management, anti-money laundering, those kind of use cases. We constantly work and build and fine tune through data.
Yeah, I think good views. I think I'll move to Deepak sir. So, considering what we have seen so far, how are we making our traditional banks digital banks, right? And now with new technologies like a cloud or blockchain, AI, or big data, and as well as a new skill set within a bank, right? Some of the banks has a digital officers or innovation officers or data officers, and even CISOs are now going into different kind of roles, right? They are adopting new technologies or hiring ethical hackers, or what we have seen, 5-member team, 6-member team is now becoming 15, 20-member team, or as far as the security is concerned. So as any bank who want to become a next gen bank, right, or the bank, or who can challenge the challenger banks or fintech banks, right, apart from technology, what are those other growth drivers we should see? And I think one aspect I can see that how ecosystem is coming and helping. UPI is one of the output of ecosystem which is came in and helped us a lot, or Bharat Bill payment, or that matter. So what could be the others growth drivers we should look at and really adopt them on the right time, so that we should not be missed out as a bank or as a fintech company? Yeah.
Yeah, great point. I just wanted to, firstly just touch a little bit upon the previous topic that, Nilesh
Yeah,
brought
sure,
on
sure.
data. Banks have no dearth of data. Banks have a lot of data, tons of data. It's just that we don't know what to do with it, right? It's the analytics that we need to stay invested in to be able to understand hyper personalized products, do pattern matching. See, all of this is just scratching the surface. See, like in RBL, we have all the you name it, the best in class technology as far as data, be it data lake or data bank, as somebody referred, change data capture. We are on the Azure stack for data factory to build real-time ETLs. We have our own file store on Azure. We are invested in Power BI. We go after BigQuery and async API and data orchestration. All of the good things are there, but do we really analyze all the data and make connections, be the polyglot, and be able to offer better products to the customers? I don't think we've gotten there yet, and none of the banks have mastered this game, which is where the big tech companies we need to learn from. And that's the segue to the question that you asked. It's important to have this growth mindset, right? How do big companies think? They have this growth mindset. They're open to feedback. They are willing to learn from challengers. They are willing to fail fast. They're willing to be inspired by the success of other stories, even though it could be just another bank. It could be a federal bank that RBL is willing to learn from, or it could be a Kotak bank that RBL bank is willing to learn from. Like, for example, in my experience, when RBI came up with this concept of re-KYC, it actually sent a lot of customers tumbling, because there's a change in contact information, there's a change in personal information. The bank is within their right to reach out to their customer, get the re-KYC done. Otherwise, they could freeze the account. I've had personal instances where I've never changed bank accounts, and I've had bank accounts for about 20-25 years, which I've never changed. But my information has changed. I've moved cities. I've had my mobile number updated maybe half a dozen times. But then I've had to do this re-KYC by visiting a branch, which is where the some of the big banks were the front runners. Kotak Bank was the first to launch. Perhaps if I recall correctly, they were the first to launch the video KYC platform. We were almost there. We just lost out on that race. We came behind and launched the video KYC platform 2 weeks later. But nevertheless, these are the kind of things that is enabling the customer and bringing in the right amount of convenience, right? So again, to answer your question, you need to think like a big tech company, not necessarily like a bank. And you need to be able to adopt and embrace these technologies. We are just scratching the surface at the moment. We have no idea to make these connections. We don't even know if the customer has a card and a loan and savings and something else, right? It's a Herculean task just to build the UCIC products and create that single view for us to be able to make the right kind of connections. But banks are definitely getting there. Banks have started investing, like Paddy and Nilesh talked about, making investments in governance and extractions and plumbing and data engineering. I think we will. This data space will hot up in the next 4-5 years. That's my view.
I think what you touched upon is a very important thing. Think like a big tech, right? Google's or Amazon's, big companies, and different kind of a culture out there. Every employee is innovative, or the way they select these employees and the way HR has those policies and various engagement programs out there to nurture the internal idea programs and really implement those or sponsor those projects within a companies, and always keep on collaborating or acquiring new companies. Like I think Google's, Amazon's, Microsoft's are acquiring quite heavily AI companies or data companies since last 3-4 years. So, and grow furthermore and keep on understanding your customers heavily. How so in all these angles, right? So while so much of data, so much of technology, we sit in mid of safeguarding ourselves against frauds or against any of those unintentional threats which has happened, maybe because of some negligence of an employee opening some email or putting something USB. We have seen some of those aspects in 18 with some of the Indian banks or WannaCry kind of a thing, or some of the IT companies are also very victims of some frauds. Some 32 lakh plus debit cards were in some time, right? And so we should really look at how do we be a cyber first apart from digital first or AI first or these kind of things. So it's very, very important for us how to become a cyber first or safeguard our security aspects while adopting fintechs. Like we are opening our altogether one or two branch, just like opening all those APIs, right? So how do we really so Imran, your views on cyber security aspect or a security aspect, and yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think right point, Prasanna, because all of us talk about the shiny part of data or technology evolvements, but there is a negative impact to it as well, because fraudsters are more educated than us and they are learning all these technologies much faster than us, and they're coming out with all these tools to how to steal into your data and stuff like that. So we also have started seeing now, even from a lending perspective, the fraud risk has started surpassing the credit risk, keeping the pandemic related defaults aside. But as a whole, the trend of impersonation, someone is taking loan in your name, and data theft and hacking in the payment communication and trying to use the fund, so on and so forth. But that's the reason, maybe the core difference between a fintech player and a bank, being a regulated entity, has much more to invest into this part. Ultimately, we are trying to safeguard the customer interest. We have much bigger stake in that. So we have taken this as a core, core responsibility of the bank. We have started investing. We have three different units in our fraud cell. We call transaction monitoring or customer onboarding monitoring, so on and so forth. So having said that, having resilience or belief in the tech channels, but as regulated and responsible entities, we have been checking all these cases. How do you see velocity? Are there any trends you are picking up with respect to customer behavior and stuff like that? The data is again helping us to understand whether it is a genuine transaction or not, and it ensure that there is minimum disruption to customer service. Ultimately, you are doing all these things, creating a lot of friction to the customer experience. You are going to lose the customer. So you have to strike a balance between how do you not disturb the customer or not create friction, but yet ensure that you are safety and customer convenience. So we are focusing on that.
I think good views. I think Deepak, Paddy, or Nilesh would like to add a cyber security part, which is very, very important, right? So while we keep on being on digital, but these days, what is happening to manage one technology, we bring on another deception technology or SOC, or to manage that, we bring people into the organization. It's a never-ending game, because at the on the other side, there is a hacker or somebody sitting who is ahead of you, and you need to really safeguard your customers' interest while we sit at glass houses, right? So, so yeah, if any views, please.
Security is important, and it's no longer an isolated topic. It is well ingrained in any software lifecycle. Traditionally, software developers, they only code for functionality. They don't code for security. So it's important that banks also start embracing things like DevSecOps. I know some banks have started the DevOps journeys, but it's important to ingrain the security element in the DevOps journey. So security is no longer like if you finish a piece of code and you ship it over, throw it over the wall for an ethical hacker to test, whether you have vulnerabilities, do your AppSec testing, and get your hardening and protection enabled. This needs to happen right up front. So you need to do a
Correct.
shift left as far as your security strategy is concerned, and not keep it like an isolated function. I know RBI has a Chinese firewall between the security organization and the technology organization, but it's important to collaborate very well, very closely. And like Imran mentioned, I think we have some very state of the art thinking in the hacking space. So we need to be doubly vigilant and also get all the basic processes right. Be it your NAC protection, enable your virus definitions, make sure that if you're on the cloud, there are cloud securities, cloud watch that you need to ascribe to. If you're doing virtual machines, just make sure that you have all the operating systems, etc., all those definitions up to date. So security is about getting the basics right.
I think good points, and you mentioned about regulator aspects also, right? So RBI, and recently they announced some in February when they announced for some one more guideline, which is for strengthening your channels, ATM, mobile, or ATMs. And for sure, they will, the way we are blessed with RBI, and they keep on giving a lot of these guidelines, starting with your OTPs and the importance of adaptive authentication, fraud risk management tools. So, and moreover, they keep on auditing our processes. Are we really aligned with all those mandates, and the guidelines are there? I think that has really helped us to really safeguard in some way. So finally, for all of you all, right? So what are those 2-3 words you see which are really helpful for being at being a digital bank or a innovative bank, right? So for me, I embark always on a innovation and collaboration, right? So which helps within a bank, outside of the bank, being innovative, look at what's really happening, either collaboration with tech companies or some of those non-profit companies like NPCI or IFCA or Rebit for account aggregator per se. So collaboration is really helping banks to really come up. Maybe tomorrow's banking will be on a blockchain, which will be another example of how do we collaborate. And being innovative, it always helped a bank like DCB to how to go to the next level. This is what we have seen last 5-6 years. So to Paddy, to Nilesh or Imran, and to Deepak ji. So what are the 2-3 words that you always keep in your mind, and you want to address? I think these words people should learn from you, or follow these words, and help their organization or themselves to become uh, more digital first, or more AI first, or more data first. Yeah.
So I would
So
put it as
Paddy, you can
empathy,
start. Yeah.
empathy, Prasanna. That's the only word which I use. So
Absolutely.
have
Yeah.
empathy towards your customers, have empathy towards your employers. Just fill in their shoes, and you will understand what they go through, and then you can build solutions for that. And that probably lets you think like big tech. What I mean, Deepak was referring to, right? So have empathy and
Correct.
probably keep it at the core design principle in terms of whatever you do, and think grounds up from there. That's one thing. What I want.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Nilesh ji, so
Yeah, I think we are in probably the most exciting space these days. I mean, the kind of action which is happening in the overall financial domain and the financial technology domain, which are all part of. I think there couldn't have been a better time than this. I think one word, if I were to give, I think he spoke about customer and empathy. I think that was great. I think, if we add agility to that, I think then we will certainly, be able to move much faster, and even if, see, we as a bankers, I think we understand money very well. I think, and
absolutely.
profitability and money will always be there in this industry. It's just that we have to now imbibe tech and digital. Thank you.
Deepak may, yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Imran, lighter
yeah,
way, if
yes.
I were to just add, so today's trading strategies are no longer determined by buy, sell, fundamentals, technicals. It is determined based on what people say on Twitter. If Elon Musk
Yeah,
tweets,
yeah,
then we know what happens to Dogecoin.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I think, Prasanna, I mean, the last point to add from a bank's perspective, I think we should be open for change. Deepak have just a while ago mentioned, sometimes we'll be learning from each other. So if you know there are best practices, be it whatever domain, you can't be sitting like a legacy, banker or a giant who may not think a change is required. But I think having that agility and openness for change is something which will decide the way forward for any institution.
So final question from my end. Suppose if you are given some X amount, right, and given opportunity, which is that first thing you will invest into? Blockchain or AI or fintech adoption or big data or people reskilling or what is that you immediately feel which is should be the first priority for you? Paddy or Nilesh?
I think our best investment would be in people.
Absolutely,
Not
yeah.
So
just
for
only-
us, it has been the tech stack, Prasanna. So once your tech stack is there, I mean, and it's right up there, and then all the other stuffs you would be able to pull off.
Awesome. Yeah, Imran.
Yeah, so I would rather go with people because we are being more AI and all the stuff is going on, but still we need minds to run this. So I would rather pick people
Absolutely.
over tech. Yeah.
So last thought, Deepak ji, from your end.
So tech and people, tech is like 5 years away from reaching the intellectual level of people. So I would still put my money on people. 5 years down the line, the mix might change. It will still be 60-40.
Yeah, so great. I think we had a great discussion about how every bank is running their digital transformation journey. We heard about your views about how banks should look at next few years and how they should look at many aspect, people or technology aspect. We heard about what all different growth driver factors based upon your expertise, which will be really helpful for all the viewers. We spoke about cyber security. We spoke about how to become a digital first with some big tech kind of thought leadership or we heard about how lending fintech should be adopted in the bank. We have seen how FinCare has really done their journey in last few years and become one of those digital first kind of a bank. We heard about how a distribution network or how more and more adoption of fintechs are happening with the City Union Bank. We have seen how fintechs are getting adopted 4 times, right, at RBL and how it can become a template for other banks to become a partner bank or something. So I think great views we heard from everybody and thank you so much. I'll just see if organizers are putting some question answers if there are available or we can have end of this session.
Yes, Prasanna, we do have some questions, engaging questions from the audience. Sunil Rana, he's asking, how are banks facing the new digital wave?
Yeah,
Should
so
I repeat the
anybody
question?
can take up.
Yeah,
We,
if I were to answer that question, see, banks are facing the digital wave by embracing it. We are not sitting quiet. We're not fence sitting. Digital has become part of our core strategy, and it is a very important lever for us to succeed in the post-pandemic era. Be it becoming mobile first, adoption of cloud, which we talked about some of the panelists had provided the view. Internet penetration has grown, and so are all the assets that are built for the web using latest and greatest technologies. And banks have also started using data to leverage and make associations for customer behavior, spending patterns, and so on and so forth. So yeah, banks are definitely have embraced the digital wave, and you have some of the banks that have already undertaken this journey on the panel, and more banks are joining. When NPCI started, and Paddy might recollect, we were one of the first 7-10 banks to get on board to do their pilot. Today we have 200, roughly 160, 170 banks that have leveraged the NPCI's payment rails. So that in itself is a testimony. Somebody talked about the Jam Trinity. Banks are the first to leverage the Jam Trinity, Jandan accounts, and the penetration of mobile. So yeah, we are right up there.
great.
Okay, so the next question from Ritesh Kumar, he's asking, which technology available today will change payments in future?
Yeah, I think I'll take that. There are many technologies, right? Now the payment landscape has changed. Now there is no need for any instrument per se. Now, even the card as an instrument is changing into a wearable or tokenization. Your mobile itself is becoming a payment instrument. So in that sense, the payment instruments in form and fashion are changing. There may not be a no card, so you need not have a plastic where you yourself now biometrics have come up. You have seen Aadhaar enabled payments, while it didn't take up much, but the way we identify the customer is changing, not through a manual any physical instrument, but those channels are evolving a bit. So not having a payment instrument itself is going to be the new trend of a payment system going forward.
Great.
Thank you, Imran.
Any other
So,
question?
no. There are no more questions. Like it is in the chat box. I will give you the link. You can take the questions from there. So I request all the panelists to smile, and we have to take the screenshot of the smiling picture. Thank you all.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Prasanna, for nicely moderating
Thanks,
it.
Prasanna.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you all. It was
Nice
great
meeting you all. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Everyone.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you to all the leaders for sharing your thoughts. Moving on further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is innovation at the intersection of financial services and technology. Today, 150 plus EXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Nikhil Bandi from Vistar Financial Services, Suresh Ishan from Mahindra and Mahindra Financial Services, Shizu Rotter from Care Ratings, Atul Gaurav from Air Finance, Shweta Srivastava from Paul Merchant Finance, Ankur Arora from MasterCard, and Vijay Kumar from Art Swing Finance. So I request Mr. Nikhil to start the panel discussion.
Wonderful. A very good afternoon to everyone. I think after a previous interesting panel discussion, we are now at a topic which is close to my heart. It is, I'm sure the panel which is here, which is a varied panel from different people from different domains, different vertical, different expertise, they would be able to contribute significantly on this topic. And the topic is innovation, what is the crossroad of innovation when it is about the financial services and technology. Financial services earlier, so in an avatar which is like way back, if you say 4 decades back, financial services was that, or I would say 5 decades back. I remember when I was a child and my father was a banker, he used to tell that people used to celebrate if they were getting a loan from a bank. That was financial services then. Now, if you think that you would want to take a loan, a millennial will go to one of his mobile app and say that I would like to take a loan for buying a new mobile phone, clicks 2 buttons, and then says that, okay, this loan is approved and it is available for you to pick the new mobile handset from Amazon or Flipkart. So the entire financial services has been transformed in last 4 or 5 decades, and the journey was always very interesting. So to move forward into this journey and understand the experience, what is the current situation of financial services when we overlap the technology umbrella on it, how is it looking and what is the way forward in future? I think I would like to introduce this interesting panel. We have Suresh Shan, who is the head of innovation for Mahindra and Mahindra FinServ. Hi Suresh, if your video is on, you can just wave your hand. We have Shiju Rehtar, who is the CIO for Rating FinCare, and a very different domain. So we would certainly have a lot of value addition when we talk about the impact of technology in financial services. We have Ankur Arora, who is Director Data Science in MasterCard. And we will have a very interesting flavor of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and how the data-driven analytics and data-driven decision-making is changing the avatar of financial services. We have Atul Gaurav, AVP IT iFinance. iFinance has gone through a journey where financial services, where the financial services companies, where they were moving from a typical financial services company to a fintech kind of an environment. iFinance has gone through that journey, and I'm sure Atul would be able to add a lot of value to this discussion. We have Dominic Vijay Kumar. Dominic comes with a very rich experience in terms of his cloud and security domain, and would certainly add a lot of value in terms of how a CIO or a head of technology can bring a change in a financial services organization. So he has contributed significantly in our housing finance. We have Shweta Srivastav, who's a CTO and of Paul Merchants. So this is going to give an entirely different view when we are going to talk to Shweta. So when we are talking about a financial services company, so the variety of financial services company is like the length and breadth is very big. But when I think of what is the typical one where financial services company, when you think of, first thing you can think of is lending. So it can be a retail lending, it can be a group lending by a microfinance company, it can be a corporate lending to a larger corporate, or it can be a lending to a lending institution itself. So that is one thing which is always common. And then there are a lot of other variety when we talk about capital markets and other things. But this is one area which is like, which fills the most of financial services gamut. When we are talking about lending institution and lending industry, I think I would like to ask one question to Suresh. And because Suresh has been into this industry and he's a veteran, I've heard him earlier too. I would like to understand from Suresh as to what is the current contribution of technology innovation in the financial services organization and financial services industry, and how have you seen this transformation just in last 3 years? Suresh, you're there? I think you are on mute, Suresh.
Hello. Good afternoon. You're able to hear me?
Yes, Suresh, I can.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thanks for this opportunity with you all today. It's great to share, especially the things happening during tough times, and especially the artificial intelligence, what you spoke about, and the kind of expectation set part of the financial services. It's a lot more, and it's very louder too now. Even though if you see for last 2 years, whatever it's with a downtime, we are able to get engaged with the customers. That's only the kind of data which we internally propagate and try to have that numeric information which converts us to get engaged with them. Recent, if you ask me, the kind of expectation set part of artificial intelligence, especially the new technology, is something called community cloud, where we are able to get the people to get engaged so that we can sell the other parts of the financial services. What we are trying to say here, we are trying to make them earn so that they can pay for us. So it's earn to pay model, which comes part of the community cloud, where they can use the information part of it, and they can try to explore it. For example, a dealer of Mahindra will have only Mahindra vehicles sold so far. A Maruti dealer was selling only Maruti vehicles so far. But during COVID, we found that tougher times where a dealer of that, referring to the existing customers, they are able to explode as much as part of the information, and they're trying to get best out of it. So if you see that earn to pay model, which is nothing but a Maruti customer will buy a two-wheeler, and again it's from Honda, which is executed through the kind of community cloud, where they are able to explore any of the financial services expected part of it, and they can use part of the businesses also, which we got through the kind of information for more than 2 decades and defend and trying to get more closer to the customers, get engaged with them and trying to elaborate as much as part of the systems. If you see from especially the communication in terms of engaging with the customers, both internal, external, we used as much as information even during normal times. We had the connectivity issues, electricity issues, and we had the resource availability in the last mile issues, which we try to now use and try to strengthen that. So earlier it was only 6,000 to 8,000 people who are using on online. Now it has moved more than 34,000 people where they are trying to get engaged and they are trying to get explore as much part of the systems and whatever that look for so far in terms of concerns, which now created as more of the challenger for them and trying to create more of an opportunity so that they can use it. Even it starts from the morning, day in until day out. All those events which is happening rurally, irrespective of electricity, irrespective of connectivity, today we are able to get engaged, go closer to them, and customers are able to use it. And earn to pay model, especially there, the community cloud, which was a component of both hybrid and it's more of a private and public cloud, where we are able to get connected to our dealers, brokers, agents who are the intermediators, especially from the financial services. They are the backbone. They try to connect it. They are able to use it extensively and they are able to do more on that. So it's more of the kind of existing information we are able to do it. The height of this is what so far for last 2 years, all the quarterly AGMs we are able to do through telepresence. All the account closing we are able to run through the system, and through system they are able to make it out. This enabled us to connect and keep the lights on and keep the timely solution services which is available part of them. So a lot more which surely we'll share during the session. Now as of now you can see which engage with the customer, which engage with the mediators, which get engaged more in terms of the internal people. Back to Mr. Nes.
Sure. So very interesting, Suresh. I think one of the good things which I think across the industry, not only in the four-wheeler and two-wheeler financing, but across the industry, I think community cloud and collaboration are the key when data is now, data has become the king. And very well put in terms of how it is adding the value to the entire community and financial services, how this industry has come one notch above serving the community. Wonderfully put. And I think I'll move from Suresh to Atul on the connecting this, that within financial services, as Suresh has a very rich experience in
capture the construction laborers image, sends it to some.
I think I just missed the point. What I was saying is that the way Suresh has an experience into vehicle financing, a rich experience in the domain and technology there. Atul comes from an organization which is into retail lending, and retail lending, smaller ticket size, the segment which has the highest potential in the country, and it is on the same lines of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think iFinance has been doing a lot in terms of technology. Atul, I would like to understand your views on how technology is changing the landscape of lending.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Nikhil, and thanks, Alim Global here. So technology, obviously, so for iFinance, technology have always been exciting, and that can be seen over the experience we've had, over the enrichment we have done in the customer journey, over the upliftment of our customer services we have done. So if you'll understand the segment we serve, it's like more of a segment-based organization where we have small clusters. So we have manufacturing industry, we have some of the customers from the cattle industry who exactly are doing a day-to-day task, nothing beyond that. So while you get into both segments and you would like to leverage the technology, it's not that easy. And which from where we come up and we said that it would not be a complete digital, but a physical where someone will assist our customer to get things done, to ensure that my customer is feeling safe with handing over all those information, to ensure that there is no such fraud done on the field. And there exactly the landscape has changed. Starting from the customer sourcing, it's on the digital platform, and it's way back in 2017 we have ensured the cloud first approach where we inherited AWS as the key partner, and we embedded entire application suite there itself. So the entire sourcing platform, the collection platform, the servicing platform, everything was hosted there. And over the period, if you have seen that we have preserved that data so efficiently that our today in the current ages, we are using the models, the ML models, basis the data which we have preserved earlier. So we have certain models, AI-based models, which right now is helping me identify the right customer at the initial stage of sourcing. So we don't have to collect each and every information from the customer. We don't have to ask them for the live photo and everything, which to some extent they hesitate the initial days. And you can immediately find out whether who's the right customer to begin with. When you come to the underwriting and the risk perspective, there again, we have certain models which help you identify the right customer. And that only was happened because of the key data we have preserved in the right manner. So there we have embedded our own AI-based model, which is designed internally with the key stakeholders who are there in the organization. And we are leveraging all those technologies to upliftment of the customer. Beyond that, I have seen it's not only limited to the process and the policies which you tell to the towards the organization, but you have to look for the benefitment and the upliftment of your customer generally at the ground. And there exactly, we have our own subsidiary company, FAIL, which is Foundation of Advanced Micro Enterprises, where we are helping our customers, and it's a non-profit organization for the IFNS, and we are helping our customers through different channels. We have organized many seminars to ensure their livelihood in terms of enhancement of their livelihood. We have done something for the cattle industry specifically, and that is not only limited to the customers of IFNS, that is exposed to the entire MSME segment, where they can enrich the benefits of the technology. They can. We have an app which is available on the Play Store, where you'll be surprised to know that the cattle segment, they are using those applications to report day-to-day activity. So how much which cattle is giving how much of the milk. Manufacturing industries, they also use that about the sales and purchase information which we record. So technology is not only limited now to the organizations, but on the field as well, where we have seen some customers requesting for the digital journey. And that was quite exciting for me while we initiated the rollout. And we have done that, and we have seen huge upliftment. So that I'm thankful to the Corona to some extent in terms of technology advancement to the customer base. And we have used it quite efficiently. So that's how we are leveraging technology as of now.
Wonderful. I think excellent, Atul. We have got a complete life cycle that how technology is being leveraged during a lead process, the prospect, when you are originating a loan, all those technology pillars which you are using in terms of the KYCs, getting all the entire information about the financials of the customer, aggregating the data. Now there are processes where people are connecting to the account aggregators and then getting the financial analysis. There are, I've in fact seen, and we have implemented certain parts which are related to intention to pay for customers. So there are algorithms you guys are using for intention to pay for a customer. And then once that analysis is done, you have this application scorecard, which is absolute an AI solution where you are based on your own experience, your data experience, as well as the bureau data experience and others non-conventional data. You get a scorecard for a customer, which makes your process faster, efficient, and supported by data, which is very interesting when you talk about sourcing a loan. But I think extending to that, while servicing a loan, I think I'm sure iFinance and many other companies, you guys are using the trend of the customer repayments to say that is this customer somebody who would need more capital to further expand his business, or is this customer who is in a stress, and is there a way to help that customer? What I liked is that you have a non-profit arm as well, which is bringing social impact. I think these are the things which every organization is right now covering the breadth. Very interesting piece. When we're talking about this AI-based scorecards and what analytics, what machine learning, what the data as a king can do for an organization, I would like to move to Ankur Arora, who is the Director of Data Science for MasterCard. And I'm very sure that Ankur can elaborate a little more in terms of what the data can do and how data can be so powerful that our decision, whatever we are going to take for individual customer or sector as a whole or industry as a whole, can be supported by data and can do wonders. So Ankur, I would like to hear from you.
think Ankur is not in the call. He will be joining us shortly.
Not a problem, not a problem, Namrata. I think before Ankur comes, I think this is one area I would like to see, because Shiju Raftar is also there with us, and Shiju is from Care Rating, and data plays a very important role. As Mastercard has a plethora of data, I'm sure organizations like Care Rating, they are expert in analyzing data and then taking the right decision in terms of how the industry is going, how specific companies are going. I would like Shiju for you to throw some light as to how you are exploiting data and technology in your organization.
Thank you, Nikhil. Good afternoon, everyone. I heard Atul, I heard Suresh. I think all the discussions around data is today looked upon on the demand. So how the demands out over there. So the technology adoptions is majorly happens on the demands, how the demands across from the customers, across from the business. That's how the technology adoptions happens more and more. And it's more to give a convenient and go-to strategy to the business. So it's a whole technology, what we use today. It's more over aligned to the business requirements, aligned to the business needs. I come from a background specifically from the data. I worked for a credit bureau, TransUnion Syndicate. I had been in both the side of the table, from retail lending, B2B lending, P2P lending, from all the sort of lending platforms. And again, back to the corporate rating. So retail ratings and all sort of lending technologies. So I've seen both the side of the table. In fact, the adoption in the technology happens out at most of the places, depends on what others are doing. That's how the adoption happens today. So whenever the lending platforms, for example, whenever the lending institution looks upon what others have done, say someone has done AI, so let's do the AI. If someone has done ML, so let's do. But actually technologies should be more from a business technology, guys. I think that's the need of the hour. And that's, I come every technologist to be, because they should talk about the business more rather than talking about the technology. Second, it's more over how do we see how our consumers are going to consume our services, whether it's a internal consumer or whether it's an external consumer, irrespective of that, but how they are going to consume it, how the technology will in terms to enhance the go-to-market strategy, how it brings out more and more revenue to them. Unless we start thinking like a business guys and start offering the business to the internal customers or the external customers, technology will never be able to take the front seat. So ideally, we have to be in a front seat. That's the first thing which we have to do as a technologist. Second, we have to look upon and embrace more and more new adoptions in terms of making the workflows and the business more easier. So that's what I'm coming from in terms of how. And today when we talk about data comes completely on the head of the technology by saying, yeah, you are the technologist. Now you play a vital role in designing the complete data platform. So definitely when we talk about the data plays a meaningful work out over here in terms of giving a required inputs to the business in order to take it to the next leap. Now, as a rating business, very important role, and definitely more than the data, how you get the insights into that in terms of using a lot of models, which we definitely use it up in terms of making a different segment wise. So when I see the data, it's not only the data for me from one segment, it comes from a different segment of the data, and the data may have some also. And probably we don't look upon the data at that point of time. We also have to predict using predictive analysis for the future predictions as well. Say, for example, if we, how does it make curve upon for the next 1 year of the period too? So we have to use predictive analysis out over there along with sentimental analysis, because today when we rate, it may depend upon the data at that point of time, but how the, hope I'm audible.
You are very clearly audible.
So how the sentimentals for those organizations are running across the globe. So that's very much important for us. So that's how our data lake strategy worked for us, wherein we feed in a lot of inputs apart from initial inputs onto it to get some sort of sentimental analysis built upon it. so that we can also take that as a parameter in order to feed into the models to get the output, to come across some things for that particular organization, whom do we rate to. So definitely data is not only from the financial perspective or in terms of the performance of the particular organizations, a lot of other data also plays. So that's how we call as an alternate data channel, and it's a continuous process of data churning out, and that's how we come out with the meaningful output. So technology plays a vital role. I'm not naming any of the technologies everyone uses day in day to life, not into the professional life as well. We use nowadays the technology within handset itself with the different sort of technology. So I'm saying today what we talk, tomorrow will be the outdated. So no point of talking about the technology today, but definitely I talk about the business processes because that's the first thing which comes in, and technology has to take it up the first seat in the business. Otherwise, technology will be a support function all put together.
Wonderful. I think what touched me most, Shiju, during their conversation was that please use relevant technology to your business. And we have seen many times, many folks, they just hear something and they think that how to make a use case in my organization to push this technology, which is not the right approach. The right approach is what is relevant for my organization, for my business model. I would need to know, understand, and see the relevance of those technology for my business. And I think that's something which is very, very important for all the CIOs and other technology leaders which are available here. And we always, in our consulting, we always mention this is most important aspect. I think the next thing which you talked about in terms of how a rating agency would certainly play a lot with the data, and they would not see just the data of that particular organization. Possibly they would see the data of the entire sector. They would see the macroeconomic data and overlay that data on top of it to say that even if there is an organization which is a higher exposure on, let's say, construction business today, because they are not doing great, doesn't mean that they are a bad company, because the macroeconomic data says that the construction business has impact. Similarly, a dairy business is not impacted if an organization is doing a little not so good. Then even if that organization is not doing good, it means that it is actually not good, doing good. So I think those things are very important and relevant. And I absolutely agree with you that there are so many tools. We need to see and handpick the tools which are relevant to us to implement. Very interesting. I would like to go now to Shweta Srivastav. Shweta Srivastav, who leads the technology for Paul Merchants. Shweta, I would like all the viewers to understand a little more about your company, what the company's current roadmap in terms of technology, and how the entire landscape for your company looks in terms of the tech.
Sure. Thank you so much, first of all, for having me on the panel with such esteemed people from the industry. So I am representing today Paul Merchants Finance Private Limited, which is an NBFC arm of Paul Merchants Group as a whole. So company is in this financial services domain since past 20 years. And at one point in time, we were the market leaders for all the IMT transactions, the international money transfers. So we were principal agents to Western Union, and I'm sure everybody is aware about that. Yeah. So that's where we were till 2017 when the IMT business was sold off, and now we are focusing more on other financial services. So one of it is, of course, the foreign exchange. We are an AD2 license holder from RBI, and we deal in purchase and sale of foreign currencies. We also have a travel business under which we are into the travel services offering. Then coming back to the NBFC arm, we do have a lending arm, which under which we were doing primarily the conventional mode of lending, which was primarily the gold loan. So that's anyways is one of the major functions of the NBFC, and we are into this business through our branches and agent network. Then we are also doing a lot of domestic money transfer business, which is within India as well as in Nepal. So that's one. Apart from that, we have a corporate agency license from IRDA, and we are authorized to sell insurance policies for multiple insurance companies.
Wonderful.
We also have a PPI license from RBI, under which we have wallet-based system. Recently, we have launched our own card, which is a PolPay card. It's a prepaid instrument, which can be used across the country anywhere. It is backed by RuPay network.
Sure.
So that's there.
It's a
so
wonderful
that's
breadth,
how,
Shweta. And
yes,
we would certainly want to understand now in terms of technology transformation, what is the journey of Paul Merchant in terms of technology transformation, and what is that we as the panel members and the viewers can take away in terms of what you have done as part of this journey.
So, of course, when the company started, it was way back in 90s, where there was only the way of connecting with consumers was through your branches and retail outlets. It was more of a shop floor kind of a process. But since past couple of years, the company has aggressively looked into digital ventures and avenues through which we can reach out to our customers through digital channels. So specifically talking about lending, because a lot of our panelists are talking about lending business. We are also venturing into a personal loan, retail loans through digital channels. So we're building a platform. We are not live yet, but we are building a platform through which we can offer retail lending to our customers entirely end-to-end digital journey that we are trying to build. And thanks to the ecosystem around the lending, there are so many partners whom you can tie up. KYCs can happen over a video KYC sort of a setup. Underwriting can be done through credit bureaus and bank statement analysis. All of that is available. So that's an interesting journey that we're going through. It's been 2 years since we started, and hopefully very soon we'll be launching our own product.
Wonderful. Thank you, Shweta. That's interesting. But I think most interesting was the entire breadth of the Paul Merchant financial services arm as to what all things you are doing. When I was trying to list down, I stopped after a while because it was such a long list. So interesting. I would like to come back to Dominic Vijay Kumar, who is the head of IT for Art Housing. Dominic, who is an expert in cloud and web-based security, and he has contributed a lot in terms of how Art had their journey of going to a complete cloud environment. I think I would like to understand what is the technology implementation in a financial services company like Art Housing, which Dominic has brought in. Are you there, Dominic? I think Dominic is not here. So we'll then I would move this to Suresh, because Suresh has a mix of applications and infrastructure transformational projects, a bag of information infrastructure projects also, which he has executed. Suresh, I would like to ask you in terms of a cloud-first approach, what is your view for organizations in financial services company in this particular industry as to how they would take this journey of cloud first?
Yeah, it's a great question. Again, especially when it comes to NBFC, when we do multiple across the financial service sector, for us, it comes part of the automobile financial services, again comes part of insurance, again insurance broking limited, again into housing and into multiple AMC and other parts. And when we try to define a part of cloud, we started more in terms of collaboration. We would want to go in terms of mailing and the collaborations what we created. And in our case, since rural India doesn't have much of mail options, so the kind of the transformation what we made, we created the set of dealers, brokers, agents into the multiple groups of Telegram and WhatsApp, and try to connect the kind of communication, day-to-day communication will be part of that, and the extreme, the logical and in terms of legal regulated things will go part of the mails. And even the trade advance and other specific part, even currently we are trying to use as part of the community cloud, where we are trying to allow the dealers and brokers to get into our system, trying to capture, try to use as part of it. So when it sees in terms of cloud adoption, we started with the 3 phase. One is more to do with in-house, which is you call it as in-house cloud, where we try to use for intranet applications, and all locations, 1,600 locations can connect, and they can do the day in day out operations part of the cloud, which it comes part of the internal on-prem cloud. Second, we created something specific to mediators, especially the business executors, which is more to do with a lesser transaction, only for the day transaction or the fund for the month transactions, which is part of the cloud, which tries to exclude and trying to connect as part of the business. And the third one is high density data cloud, where we had enough in terms of MIS and the kind of people who live more with the digital transformation, digital information, which tries to support the location for profit and loss. See, here we are not defining the individuals, we are defining the branches. So I have 1,600 locations. They have a high density data cloud, which enables them to create a profit and loss, which gives an MIS to them on a daily basis, what type of areas they have to improvise, what type of products they should focus more on, try to execute, which was more intention of cloud, which is across. So one is on-prem, which is for the internal, where the back office and the regulator related things will work. Another one is public cloud, which is only for collaboration, which is used for the business and the mediators, dealers, brokers, agents, which will give only the month transaction, doesn't give the full detail of information. The third one is high density data cloud, which works with the reports. You call it as MIS, you call it as the kind of profit and loss for the location generated daily and given back to them. So keeping these three different yardsticks, keeping these three different kind of performance and the different information based on the logins given, which try to produce, try to take it up part of it. Now, during COVID, you would have visualized all the people started working from home, and they're trying to get mixed up part of it. Even irrespective of the mix, if a particular person who is from the intranet would want to access the high density, trying to use it, today the scalability is made such a way, by using the login, still the same, all three different systems will provide the kind of information what they're trying to extract. So one, which is a pyramid, which again works for outsiders more in terms of open source, which enables the lighter and the impact, which is trying to do part of the market. The second one is what people who use intranet will have open and closed source, which will set part of the 20% of the crowd. And the last 10% who interact with the legal, especially from the governance, compliance, and other part of it, will try to use only the closed source. The pyramid is fixed, and the cloud part is matured such a way, like for the open source, which is available for the big task force, and they will use for all practical purpose. You call it as intranet, you call it as whatever information trying to extract, they will try to use part of that particular cloud, which is on open source. Back to Mr. Nikhil.
Yeah, thank you. I think very well put, Mr. Suresh. I think all organizations which have seen that I don't want to go to cloud, a CIO's voice 10 years back or 15 years back, where I don't want to go to cloud, versus today I am on multi-cloud environment. Yes, I have a footprint in Amazon, I have a footprint in Azure, I have a footprint in GCP, and I have a smaller secured private cloud as well. So that's the voice has completely transformed, and I think very well put by you in terms of how this transformation is now matured to this extent. I would like to ask Atul, if Atul can throw some light on what is the future of lending, looking at the current technology trend which is available. If you can just mention in a few words as to what is the future of lending, I would.
Sure. So, if we talk about the future, the next thing, obviously, I'll stick to the segment we are serving as of now. So, to us, obviously, the digital thing is something which we are looking forward to, because now, while the pandemic is there, as we are working from home, we prefer that our customer also should remain safe, and they should get the document signed. They should not visit our branch if it is not required, or a basic for if it is securely no, then obviously it makes sense to visit branch with the property paper and all. But for the unsecure piece, you can obviously go ahead with a digital piece. So it's a complete digital journey in terms of enabling the agreement, in terms of enabling your ENACH side, in terms of ensuring your insurance is signed. So we are obviously, the product is available for that. And we are focusing to make it more digital in terms of customer base we have, right, as of now.
Wonderful. So absolutely great, Atul. So I'll just share as to how did I get my use case for future of lending. And it's a very interesting thing what happened to me. So just for all the other panelists to know that I manage technology as well for Vistar Financial Services, which is one of the pioneers in MSME lending in India. So the retail lending for only businesses, and till now this organization is purely doing business loans, predominantly present in south of India and have presence up to Delhi in 13 states. So when I was thinking of what are the use cases which we should have for lending in the modern world, looking at the technology. So I got this use case from my 15-year-old son. When I asked him what needs to be done, he said that, Dad, when someone asks Alexa that I want a business loan, Alexa should respond to him saying that there is an option of what kind of business you are in. If he mentions the business, they should say that there are two options available and you have a nearby branch. Option number one is iFinance. Option number two is Vistar Financial Services. You can choose any one of them. The moment they answer Vistar Financial Services, it should connect to Vistar Financial Services and have a conversation where the process of lending itself should be automatic. So while he spoke in his own language as a millennial speaks, I think we got an understanding is what is future of lending when we have equipped technology available with us. I'm sure all organizations which are currently participating as panel members as well as the viewers of this session are thinking of future in this direction. I certainly got that conversational AI is going to be an important future of lending and we need to have that use case built really well. Similarly, I'm sure some of us, and I would certainly want to get Shiju's view on digital contracts, how they make things very secure. When you are thinking of blockchain, we don't find a lot of use cases in lending institution today. But I'm sure how the telecommunication industry is growing, how the banking industry is doing their research on and building their use cases on blockchain. I think digital contracts is not too far away, and rating agencies are going to really look deep into the companies while rating the companies as to how secured their digital contracts are and how they have implemented the entire process of lending. So I would like to get Shiju's view on what you see as the future of lending, Shiju, looking at the current technology landscape and the power of technology available today.
Thank you, Nikhil. I think blockchain will play a vital in next coming few years. This would have been a very good moment to make use of blockchain even for the pandemic as well, which we failed to do so. So in fact, I bit trail from BFSI to the healthcare. In fact, the COVID vaccination drive, which was running on today, could have been through a blockchain, and all the hospitals which were supposed to deliver the vaccines, if it had been on the blockchain technology, the vaccination drive could have been much more enhanced and effective. Today, the drive is happening on the basis of supply, and that's how the demands are being created. Whereas the demand should have been generated and the supply should have been asked in terms of covering up those supplies. So it would have been reversed. The supply happens through central government and then comes to the state government. That's how it's happening. So it's indirectly. So when it comes to blockchain, there will be it will be a centrally one-to-one connections which will happen, and there will be all others who will get connected out over there when the blockchains are there. Similarly, when in lending, players comes in play. Say for integration from onboarding of the customers till disbursement, then go to the lending process processing, which you go from LAS, which is a loan advisory function, servicing function. So I think from it would have been divided in two pieces without having many players comes in play. So today you have to go for ENACH, you will have to go for credit. Yes. You have to go for NSDLs, you will have to go to verify the telephone numbers. I'm saying you will have various steps and various people's getting involved, and all the applications integrated through a different APIs out to onboarding till the disbursement. Then comes a bank. So all put together, there are multiple players and multiple APIs. And now I'm saying, when we do the disbursement, do we know that how many APIs are failing, how many APIs are getting succeeded? Do we have in place? So I think blockchain will make a vital role out over here in terms of connecting each and every segments out over there. In future, in next couple of years, credit bureaus will, the way they are going once the PCR is out, when the public credit registry is out in the market. So RBI is working for that, and I think that will come along with the blockchain technology. So that's game changer, because then you will not have to go for anywhere else. Say today we go for bank reconciliations report, go to XYZ partners to check the bank records. Then we move to say Aadhaar to someone else, PAN card to someone else. I'm saying we have numbers of players which plays in terms of the complete ecosystem, a life cycle of lending. Though we say it automated, but if you cuts into bits and pieces, you will have number of hubs which plays out over there, and single hubs fail, your complete processes get stopped out over there.
Sure.
Then the automation doesn't work out over there. So I'm saying it's more than manual. You will have to go and rebuild it again and then process it. So here, I think that's the blockchain, the technology future, which will change. But how do we adopt? How do we faster adopt? That the efficacy of the technology will come and play.
Sure. So
very
well put, Shiju. I think it is that blockchain is going to be future. It is going to be transformational. It possibly is going to take some time. Till that time, the way you are explaining the banking, I think for all of us know that the way neo-banking has transformed the entire banking process for all of us. So all the financial institutions which we run, I was talking to one of the neobank solution architect a while back, and was the most important thing when you think of a neobank is how easy they make the process for you. You don't need to worry about 17 bank statements coming from 17 banks. Your neobank one login gets you all the bank statement, where the disbursements have gone, from where the collections have come. So the entire architecture is going to be, certainly the experience of lending institution would change with this new bank. And when I move from here as an experience of a lending institution, I would like to go to Shweta and ask, what is that you think is most important in terms of your customer experience? And what are the technologies which are available, which makes the customer experience or ease of doing business as an important element for us to acquire, or for a customer acquisition or customer retention?
So absolutely, that's a very valid point, Nikhil, that customer experience is the key these days. Unless I am able to connect with my customer on a frequent basis, unless I keep him engaged, there is nothing called a brand loyalty. Anybody can move out to any other platform just by a click of a key on the phone. So it starts with, for a lending per se, if I talk about it, starts with the sourcing. Even prior to sourcing, it starts from the marketing, from where we start connecting with the customer. There is a manual touch point, or maybe we are making a call to our customers and pitching the product. So it starts from there, and how the relationship grows is based on a perfect balance between nudging the customer but not poking too much. So that's a kind of balance that we need to strike, and we talk the language that the customer needs to hear. It is not that we just keep pitching the product. So it is very interesting. During the COVID, I personally have experienced that the banks people, they just called and said, we just called you to check if everything is fine with you. So that was nothing. They were not pitching any product, but it did make some kind of connect, and then I will never move out of that bank ever. So these are the small pointers which we really need to keep in mind, because in a conventional model, customers used to walk in. We used to offer tea, coffee, give the best of the services, which is not there in the digital medium. So then we had to think of an innovative way to connect with the customers. But at the same time, like I said, we have to strike a balance. Then during the journey also, once customer acquisition is done, most of the companies I've observed have a different, approach towards the customer. Once he's converted, sales team's job is done. The account is handed over to the ops team, and then the ops team is concerned about something else. They are not realizing the fact that you can save on a customer acquisition cost by retaining the customer. Invest in your customers. Just don't look out for new customers. So that these are the small pointers. And for collections also, like you mentioned, conversational AI, that would be a great thing to have. Though the technology is yet to get that kind of maturity, we were also evaluating a couple of them, and we realized that it will need a little more time for the technology to mature to that level that it gives you a human touch. So it is still a sort of a robotic experience that you get, but I'm very certain that the partners would definitely come up with such kind of technologies that would just give you a human element to it, which is very important. So we are thinking of digital too much, but then we don't have to miss out on the point that human touch is always that the customer is looking for. A lot of personalization needs to be there when we offer them any service.
Absolutely.
So I think that's important.
I think very well put, Shweta, and I will still remember and consider this as a very important use case where if we call our customer and just ask them, how are you? There is a possibility of them not going to another lender. I think a very, very important point, and we would certainly keep it in mind. When we talk about conversational AI adoption, I think there is a small deviation of views which I would have here is there are people like us who would say conversational AI still needs to have a journey. But believe me, the millennials have already been into that. And they think that it is better not to talk to a friend, but give a message response will come. They would say that, Dad, you don't need to call a call center of Indigo Airlines. Just open their bot and cancel your ticket or reschedule your ticket. And this is the way things are going to work for millennials. So we will see this adoption very, very fast. Because I'm experiencing that there are generations which think that it is always good to meet. People like us are hybrid, meet or call. Then there is a next generation who would just work on mostly emojis, right? So yeah. I'm sure conversational AI will, and in fact, voice-based AI is also going to play a very, very important role in the months and years to come. So very, very valid input. Shweta will certainly remember it. In view of the time which we have, I would like all the panelists, starting from Suresh, to put their closing remarks in terms of a couple of statements for the entire panel as well as attendees as to how technology is transforming lending or technology is transforming financial services. If you can have a one closing statement, starting Suresh. Suresh, you're there?
Yeah, I'm there. Now I want to hear the question back, if you don't mind.
The question is that if looking at the current time, if we would want to have a closing statement for the panel as well as attendees on how technology is going to transform the financial services and lending space.
Okay. No, you are trying to put how we are loyal and subsequent to the organization and to the partners. No, that's the way it is built. So anyway, it is actually a great time, to be honest. Tough times, like where we are IT, still we are continue to run the show, and the 24/7 still it alarms only for IT, irrespective of that. And at least we can proudly say even during COVID or even after COVID or before COVID, IT continued to be the highly available or scalable, and we got a chance. The crisis generally proves us to do it. So it's again a proverb, like how the differentiation between completeness and finished. So if you select a right partner, a right technology at the right times, then we are complete. And if you select anything wrong in between, it makes us to get finished. If you select even a right technology and wrong instruction or wrongly owned because of ego, you are completely finished. So let us try to get that execute. It's not just a technology, it's a value for life. I can proudly say 2-3 jargons came in our company because of IT. So good olden days, we said do din mein badle din. Within 2 days, the technology will get deployed across the country. Even normal times, tougher. It's nothing to do with COVID and other thing. But during COVID, we have come out with a jargon again to say earn to pay model,
will make the customers to earn so that they can pay for us. So we have created something called a community cloud, which it's very, very unique, and we allow the customers to select their options rather than we are dictating you have to take only the finance advisory, try to take it out on that. So let us give something else what they want. And now customers also realize now beyond money, I don't think in rural India again people look for some advice or for money. They want to get an engagement. So don't go for a shorter term, don't go for just a financing one customer. Try to get engaged with them for longer term. Even though you call it as whatever the journey with the customer, let us focus something for a long term and get into all his financial details and make his purpose. That's what it comes out after COVID. Create a purpose so that it's a win-win for both of us. It enables us to go part of it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Suresh. Atul, what would you like to put as your closing statement in terms of impact of technology on financial services and lending space?
Yeah, obviously, I believe it's the time when we have to think more of a technological literacy in terms of the customer experience, because we have seen the financial discipline in the early ages, where you'd like to ensure your customer is well educated in terms of the financial literacy, how they know that while they are not paying, their CIBIL score is going to impact it, and which will help them not to get any future loan. The same way, we have to ensure that the customer should get well onboarded onto the technological platform, because while you're saying digital, it is more important from the customer point of view that they should understand it at least first. And when you move into our segment, because we have a cluster-based approach, here 3, 4, 5 cities are there, you have challenges in terms of network. You cannot be completely digital. While you call your customer, you have to ask him, sir, just accept the consent of that loan. While he's on a call with your call center executive, his network is not efficient to get the consent done on the mobile application. So we have been facing all those. So my view is to ensure that customer is quite literate in terms of technology. Obviously, it needs to be quite easy as well, because while you have heavy load applications in place for the technology advancement, it is not going to benefit your customer. So that's how I see the evolution of technology.
Interesting. Absolutely. Thanks, Atul.
Thank you.
Shiju, if you can throw some light from a see, when we talk about a rating agency, we think of a lot of rich content which can come in terms of what technology can do in financial services. So then we will not limit you to the lending space. We will say that to the financial services industry as a whole, what technology can do.
I think technology has played a vital role, and we have seen the results now. So it was an exam for since last 1 year, every technology guys were undergoing through an exam for the last few years preparation, what they have done. So definitely when we talk about the pandemic and the unprecedented times when it started last year, no one was prepared. That was the comment which comes in, but everyone was prepared. I'm saying we had been preparing this since last couple of years. So if you imagine when we were talking about the VPNs, we used to only look upon for a smaller percentage of the chunk we used to go and operate out of the house. Only the difference has moved up, that we moved away from smaller chunk to the larger chunk, but the technology remains the same. So it's adoption. So how do you adopt it? And the success has come because of periodic adoption. It's not the overnight which the technology has done some magic and that's how you made people to go work remotely. It was the investment which was made by the organization. It was the investment which was by the business, and the technology guys have. So I think adoption is much more important. Adopt new technologies, whatever it comes. Don't look upon others to adopt and then you just copy it. So be hunger. How you make others also hunger in terms of adopting the technology. It's not only you, your stakeholders, business, as well as the customers. Because today, if you move into two footstep ahead of the technology, but if your consumer doesn't do not able to consume it, you are failed. Because if you are not able to deliver the product which they are able to consume it, so what is the use of delivering the product? So I'm saying make more use cases of the technology, bring it out into the market, and make others also to learn. So don't copy the others and just make a duplicate of the others by saying they have done this, so let's do that. So I think that's how you differentiate yourself and become niche in this market. So I would say adoption is the good word, irrespective of whatever the technology. Explore, innovate, disrupt, and adopt.
Sure. So relevant technologies, adopt in the right use cases for your business. Absolutely perfect. Thanks. Shweta, would you like to make some closing statement in terms of future of lending in the current, when we are looking at the current avatar of technology innovation which is available?
Yeah, so I think I would say that technology has propagated the idea of collaboration, a much stronger collaboration. The entire ecosystem has come quite closer. The distances have reduced. We've come closer to each other in terms of collaboration. We are helping each other out in terms of achieving a common objective, and closer to the customer also, because we are not relying on the customer to approach us. Rather, we are reaching out to them and trying to help them out. And yeah, so I think collaborative approach is something that can take lending definitely way far.
Thank you, Shweta. So I think we have heard all the very interesting dimensions and varied perspective in terms of how technology can and is being used to make, one, the customer experience rich, two, to make the entire process of lending easier, three, to see how collaboration, so when I see collaboration of multiple industries, organization, helping the overall financial ecosystem well. So I just think of when we talk about collaboration, I think of, there is a company which has a digital contact center collaborating with a lending institution, collaborating with a conversational AI platform, collaborating with a digital KYC or a video KYC solution, collaborating with a company which is a financial aggregator, collaborating further with somebody who is having a set of rule engine or analytics model for a credit scoring, collaborating with the bureaus for enriching their data, collaborating further with decision-making solutions available in the market with their exposed APIs, collaborating with a company which has companies which are legal e-sign solutions available, or e-stamping solutions available for contract digitization, collaborating further with neo banks for disbursing the loans, and collaborating with all these financial institutions and banks to get their right repayments. I think this is all about collaborating with organization. So if you are opening a company today, this plug and play model in today's avatar has changed, that your time to market for any new product, any new solution which you can think of, has become very easy, and financial services as an industry should leverage and is leveraging that very well. I would like to thank all these panelists who have enriched me and the entire quorum of attendees with their experience, their rich experience, as well as their view about how the future is going to be there for financial services industry. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, Namrata, I think panelists will be able to take them.
Yes. So Nikhil, there are 3 questions. First is from Prateek. He's asking, how are you leveraging trust on customers in new and novel financial technologies?
Okay, wonderful. So I can certainly take it. If there is anybody, Atul, would you like to take this question?
Yeah, obviously, I believe it's quite high to my segment. So we have seen that challenges that are in that while you call your customer and you have to ask him, sir, please accept the consent and all, just to enable your ACH, sir, please input your internet banking or debit card. That they get some frightened. So it's not that easy to convince your customer in terms to enable that enrichment towards the technology. So that is something we have built over the ages. That is something we have created through the subsidiary firm we have with Fail, where we are reaching to the customer physically as well, and we are assisting them through the journey of the financial services technically and on the digital platform. So we have to build Connect, obviously, because without Connect, there is no one who is going to accept to the segment where we are operating. And while you create Connect, you have to ensure that your process are strengthened. You have good technology in place, which is enabling your process quite smoother and easy. So that's how we are using it.
Any other question? Namrata?
Yes, Nikhil. The second question is, how far do you feel technology can take us in terms of expanding the financial capability of consumers?
Okay. So this is one thing which industry as a whole has evolved, and technology plays a very vital role in this. Bureaus, the entire ecosystem, the financial ecosystem of India has matured to an extent where every financial institution uh, is required mandatorily to put in their customers' data in terms of the bureau data, which says that what is the uh, financial history of that particular customer. So for every customer, there is a financial history which gets created through this ecosystem. Now we have, as it was being mentioned by Mr. Shiju, that we are getting into the public registry for the entire banking as well as lending. The entire public registry is going to be available. We also have this account aggregator platform which is coming in. With all these three things put together, it means what is the current capacity of the customer to in terms of his average bank balance, in terms of his income that is available with us. What is the intention and capacity to pay his or repay his current loans and liabilities which he has available with him. That transparency is available with us. Technologies are available today and are being developed or evolved, I would say, to know that if Mr. A would want is already having a loan of, let's say, 3 lakh from here, 5 lakh from here, and 7 lakh from somewhere else. What is his capacity of taking more loans based on his different bank accounts? Because most of the transactions have been digital. There are certain cash-based transactions which are still available in the ecosystem, especially in tier 3, tier 4 cities. However, there is a overall umbrella which is available for, based on the technologies which are available, the aggregation of the banks, the aggregations of the lending institutions data is all available in a central place. Even the aggregation, when we talk about CERSAI, as to what properties of yours are mortgaged and what are not mortgaged, basis all these things, you can easily pick and give a specific, or in fact with the social trend of a person, that if he is flying more to many countries, at what time he flies. So keeping all these things, putting all these things together, you will be able to know as to which customer would need what kind of additional financial assistance and exposure, and how much he or she can service. So I think technology plays a vital role there, and technology will be able to deliver that value.
I think I would also like to add Nikhil out over here, because
Sure.
as I spoke about, the will play a vital role out in the future as well out over here.
Absolutely.
Because today the financial literacy and the financial awareness for individuals are the responsibility for every financial institutions, and they are doing so, but it's happening only for a handpicked choose of the customers. Overall, the spending and the expenses analytics for individuals versus their liabilities versus their investments, everything will get connected through single chain, wherein investment companies will have more view on their expenses, on their liabilities, and to assist them in terms of how they can earn more from their savings. So in fact, once you have this blockchain in place, and every ecosystems, banking today, what's happening, everything is distributed. So if you see credit bureau, it's individual only carries the credit related data. Savings is with the financial institutions and the banks, they only hold that. PMS or investment is with the mutual funds or any other investments agencies. Now when you have a blockchain and everything is connected, everyone will have the view of an individual and can go and assist him in terms of enhancing their financial capabilities by advising them more inputs about their histories, trends, and the future predictive analysis. I think couple of years you will see this is this will be the reality, and we will all be talking in such forums only for the blockchain.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Namrata, is it?
There is last one more question from audience. What are some of the major influences of the recent developments in the financial services industry?
Would you like to take this, Suresh?
Yeah, sure. See, now in our case, especially developments, they said we have broken almost all the ERPs into apps now. That's what the development team has done, and it is highly available. Data center now it is distributed, and we have taken to the district level. That's a transformation, and we use as much as more in terms of multilingual. During this COVID, we found 85% of our customers used only multilingual. Nobody used anything on English. So those are the JPGs captured, and the system is made from transaction towards the picturized model of communication. So the transformation is what now, no more ERPs, bigger ERPs. So that's broken down and made as much as APIs part of the mobile apps and IoT, and made as much as distribution. So the lighter and the kind of changeable, what are things available part of the future, which was now made. Again, it took 2 years for people to do it, but they've realized what is really relevant and what works for us for all the time. Back to you, Mr. Nick.
I think one more point I would like to add from Dr. Suresh, that's moreover, it has gone into platforms. So platformification has happened. And today, if one has to come down and look upon for his requirement into the financial services, he can get each and everything at single platform. So he will not have to run different windows or different pillar to post in order to get anything. So platform has taken place. Platformification has brought different approach to the customers in terms of going and getting their financial requirements completed out over there. Yeah. So I would just like to add in terms of that.
Yeah, sure, Sriju. It's all it's a distributed way of things, and it is again. I will put it this way: it's one-liner. So far, we are focusing more on the corporate digital, satisfying the stakeholders and the regulators. Now, the corporate digital is moved towards the customer digital, where every individual customer is corporate, and we are going to treat them as corporate. That's the way now it is seen. So, every individual customer data is going to go with everyone, and like Siju said, it's going to be more of a transformed way rather than no digital transformation. It's transformed, and people should be good enough to meet anyone to get their requirements. Back to you, Mr. Nikhil.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, Namrata, if there is anything else, we would take any other question. Otherwise,
no. There are no more questions left.
Okay, wonderful.
So, can we have the picture of all the panelists smiling, because we have to take the screenshot of all the panelists.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Namrata. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, and Namrata, next time onwards, instead of smile, you have to tell a joke so that everybody will smile.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all the leaders for adding the value to this forum with your insightful discussion. Now we have the third panel for the day, and the topic is tapping into InsurTech, key to successful tomorrow. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Kamlesh Manuja from Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance, Anubhav Rajput from Cholamandalam General Insurance, KV Dipu from Bajaj Allianz, Amrish Kher from Max Life Insurance, Jitendra Agarwal from HDFC Life Insurance, Sham Shashadri from Tata AIG General Insurance, and Ashish Lagate from Eco General Insurance. Now I request the moderator, Mr. Kamlesh, to start the panel discussion.
Thank you. Do we have all members? I can see Amrish Kher, Jitendra Agarwal, Sham Sheshadri, Nikhil Bandi, Ashish Lagate. Namrata, we don't have Deepu joining us. I see Sandeep here.
He is joining. He is joining.
Ashish, your breeze is coming to our side.
That's the intention. to give you some comfort in this heat.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Deepu is here. Yeah. So Namrata, we are good to start?
Yes, we can start. Anubhav will be joining in 5 to 7 minutes. He has dropped me a message.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So where? So hi, Deepu, I can see you now.
Yeah. Hi. Good evening.
Hi, Deepu.
Good evening
Hello.
to everyone.
Good evening, everybody.
It's a
Hello,
virtual
everyone.
forum, so we are maintaining social distancing, right from our respective places. So a warm welcome to everyone. And in fact, as I look at the credentials for each one of you, it's really my privilege to anchor and host this meeting with such a diverse set of experience on this panel. I will pass on the baton to everyone to introduce, and then probably we will start an action-packed Q&A kind of a bit from each one of you, so that our audience actually gains a maximum amount of live experience and live knowledge from each one of you. So I'll start with myself first, and then towards the screen, I'll just do a round robin so that each one of us can introduce and our viewers can actually know about our profile in details. So myself, Kamlesh Manuja, I am going to be a moderator for you for next 1 hour. So good, bad, ugly, I think we'll get to know towards the end of the discussions. So I'm a Chief Operations Officer at Edelweiss Tokyo Life. So I'll just pass on to Amrish to introduce for all the viewers, and then.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kamlesh. Good evening, everyone, and good evening to all the viewers as well. I think I'm the odd one out in this whole forum because I keep saying this quite often that I would call myself a business guy versus being I would say a technology guy, but essentially I realize no business can sustain without technology. So very happy and privileged to be a part of this forum. Currently, I am with Max Life and I head the Axis partnership. So I head the distribution for the Axis Bank partnership bank assurance channel that we have. And I've been in the insurance business for over almost about 20 odd years now, running multiple setups across banks and insurance companies. So that's broadly about me.
Welcome, Ashish. We'll have Jitendra's introduction.
Hi, good evening to everybody. And I agree with Amrish. I am also representing more on the business side of it. My function is business and service excellence, where incidentally, while connecting the dots between the people and process, technology is getting leveraged. And in last 5 years, particularly, some of those digital solutions have been brought in order to really boost some of those business metrics to a transformational level. But essentially making a difference in the life of customer is what we are trying to do by applying various methodology. So last 30 years, I have been in the field of business excellence, trying to drive the culture of quality, structured thinking and creative engagement across various industries, and last 10 years with insurance, HDFC Life.
Fantastic. Ashish, can we have your introduction, please?
Sure, absolutely. Hello, everyone. Hello to all our viewers. Kamlesh, thank you so much for moderating this panel. And it's a privilege to be on this panel with such esteemed guests. So I have been, in product industry from last 20 years. When I say product, I mean digital products. So essentially, I help companies develop digital products that consumers can use and ultimately generate revenue so that my business counterparts stay very happy. So I'm that liaison between the business side as well as our consumers. So that is briefly my background. I have been in various domains, lending, insurance, e-commerce, you name it. But overall, right now, I'm with Echo General Insurance. I work there as SVP of products and helping Echo develop, insurance products that we can sell it to our consumers. We are primarily a D2C brand, and we would like to create that disruption in market where we directly sell to our consumers. So very happy to be joining all of you today.
Excellent, Ashish. We look forward to hear your experience. Deepu, can we have your introduction, please?
Yeah, thanks, Kamlesh. Good evening. Good to meet so many folks from various aspects of life and non-life here. And like everybody said, looking forward to a good discussion. To give you a brief, intro to my background, I work with Bajaj Allianz General Insurance, and My designation is President and Head of Operations and Customer Service, and the key mandate is to drive industry leadership and digital transformation. I've been here for over 5 years, and prior to that, I worked with G Capital for 2 decades. So that's broadly my experience.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Thank you.
Shyam, over to you.
Good evening, folks. Thanks again, Kamlesh, for hosting this, and I hope everyone viewing this is staying safe in these times. So I currently head digital innovations at Tata AIG. I'm probably the newcomer to BFSI in that sense, been in BFSI only for about a year and a half now. But before that, fundamentally a technologist who dabbles in product, worked across e-commerce, retail, distribution, tech, and again, worked at large scale like Amazon, Google, small scale. So fundamentally a techie at heart trying to make things better using technology.
Oh, Shyam, quite a unique participation we'll have today. Yeah, thank you. So I'll just set the context so that we can get our thoughts and experiences flowing. The topic, as we all know, we're talking about how do we tap into InsurTech and essentially, kind of define what is going to be a successful tomorrow. Is essentially we're combining our current experience with some amount of crystal ball gazing, saying that what it will bring for all of us, down the line on that. And the classic part is we have innovators, we have transformers, we have product specialists, we have from participation from LI and GI, also from the distribution side. So that's going to be a wonderful combination we'll have. To set the context, we've all seen, or rather, I should start with saying that we all are going through the worst crisis of humankind, which is COVID. None of us in our lifetime have seen such a mega crisis going. It is not only creating disruption for economic activities, it has also kind of created lot amount of loss on the human lives. As a result, we've seen a big crisis coming for life and health insurance companies in form of huge amount of COVID claims coming in, which is kind of impacting the bottom lines. But also, I would rather say the insurance company has embraced this crisis and to deal with crisis converted into opportunities in more than one ways. They've embraced technology. They have kind of transformed the entire physical face-to-face practice sourcing into a digital outcomes. They've kind of create from an employee perspective, the entire bit, what used to happen through an employee, everything is happening through work from home. And overall from a consumer, what he was comfortable using e-com is shifted to LI to a greater extent. And there are many more examples which I can talk about. So without saying much, and I would probably want to give it to the panelist here, and then probably we can start with Deepu, you first, is what have you seen COVID when it struck us? What from your organization point of view, what is the disruption you've seen and how have you tackled about, if you can, talk about the journey and more importantly, what changes you brought in to handle this. And then I will go around with each panelist to hear some unique practices. Over to you, Deepu.
Yeah, thanks, Kamlesh. I think you are spot on in terms of saying that COVID-19 was completely unprecedented because this was not an economic crisis; it was a health crisis, right? Which led to economic disruption. Now nobody plans for COVID, right? Your BCP plans wouldn't work then, and like many of you are aware, right? I think many of us had focused on digital transformation much in advance of COVID-19, right? Because you can't overnight shift to a digital way of working. And COVID only, as somebody put it, it was a global unplanned UAT. And I think, many of us, had to just pass it with flying colors, right? There was no option. So if you look at us and, most of you being from the insurance industry will clearly understand this. Now we have three key constituencies. One is customers, one is employees, and one is partners. From a customer perspective, when contact centers were shut down, we embarked on a massive communication blitzkrieg. We told them not to worry, because we told them that, we have a lot of assets which can give them the same experience. Bot, WhatsApp, mobile app, portal, so on and so forth. And the good thing, Kamlesh, is we were able to notch up our digital servicing to in excess of 80%, and our customer grievance ratio at that point of time fell by 90%. So I think that was a huge validation of the fact that customers adopted that. Now coming to partners, it continues to be a distribution-led business, and we did not go in favor of replacing distributors because we believe they will always have a role to play, but we enable them. So they were able to carry out a lot of activities at their end. And that's how, we were able to ensure a paperless journey. And then coming to our own employees, right? We ensured that one, of course, was ensuring that everybody was able to work from home. But I think given social distancing, we also had to keep people connected, because at the end of the day, these are people who are sitting at home and servicing partners and customers. So we converted adversity into opportunity. We basically moved from employee engagement to family engagement. So we did a weekend master shift, for instance, and we got them to participate, right? Somebody's mother, somebody's sister, somebody's wife, all participating. And when we got employee engagement scores, at the end of the exercise, they were higher than, the scores when people were in office. So, it was, about digital servicing with the human touch. And I think, that has stayed the course of time in the last 15 months.
Fantastic. So we have our other colleague, Anubhav Rajput, joining us. Hi, Anubhav. We've just started with a discussion saying that what, impact COVID has had on our organizations, and what are the key things which we have launched, transformed to tackle the impact of COVID. So, we'll come to you, Anubhav, and then you can actually introduce for all our viewers. Jitendra, you want to talk about from your organization point of view?
Sure. So as Deepu has really set the context in terms of giving the background of what has really hit us and how severely it impacted us, and it could never be planned. But the good part of this entire thing is organization really work and thrive to increase the demand. And insurance has been always labeled or pegged as a push industry rather than pull. But the silver lining at this point of time is there are pockets in which there is a proactive reach of a customer which is taking place, and there is a pull for the insurance product taking place. So there is a huge awareness which has taken place, which could not be replaced or augmented through any marketing or distribution kind of an effort in the past by an organization in a structured way. So that's the real positive which has taken place. As a result of this awareness and a compulsion which has come in, not for the tax saving purposes, not for maybe creating an investment reason, but at least becoming bringing a immunity response by an individual, I think is a great shift which has taken place in the marketplace. And most of us as an insurance, either on the largely on the insurance, life insurance side, and also from the general insurance, will be the beneficiary of this. So those who are offering digital assets and solutions which are in a disruptive way have to really rejig some of these solutions to make it a little more close to customer, make it more simple for a customer to do a kind of a journey, both for new business as well as for servicing the customer. So I would say that if a COVID need to be really defined in the past, for each of us as a professional, we were working for home. Now we are working at home and working from home. So these are the two transitions which have taken place to each of us as a professional, which has created a better balance for us in terms of understanding the true meaning of balance. That is on one side of it. And from the business perspective, yes, the way the digital assets have been created, a lot of innovations have been brought in. Collaboration among the functions have been unprecedented, and the speed of execution has really gone up, which traditionally, if an organization was really trying to operate on an annual cycle of projects, are actually happening on a quarterly level. So it is common sensical that on the policy servicing side or on the renewal side, what are all the reaches and the conveniences to be really made, either through a chat bot or through an enablement of various assisted mechanism for making an employee maintain those social distancing norm, as well as being connected to the customers and helping customers to really either on the new business side of it or on the renewal side of it or any of those policy servicing. And as a result of it, many new solutions have been floated and introduced, which are on the platforms which are like a equivalent of WhatsApp, where the customers are really more popular. So the adoption is easy, and customers are also swinging to some of these modes, which could be various apps or maybe portal, which otherwise was a push kind of a proposition in the past. So there is a natural transition which is taking place. So for an increased demand, there is only way, which is the digital, and that's what is really happening. So there is a huge demand for people who are working on projects, particularly in terms of mobilizing these digital solutions, and the whole organization and ecosystems is really working towards it.
Interesting, Jitendra. I think you're talking about the skill, you're talking about technology adoption, and also more importantly, the productivity. So thank you. Amrish, over to you. How have you seen the business impact on the COVID and how have you tackled it? I think it will be interesting to know from you.
Kamlesh, this has been, I mean, you already said this was unprecedented for all of us. Will we come out with flying colors was something that we didn't really believe in. I can only tell you that we didn't know as an organization or as a channel that, you know, we will outshine in a year which was supposedly the most difficult. And I'm very happy and glad to share with with everybody. Actually, as a business, our partner actually came out as a number one in terms of growth last year versus any other peer bank in the industry. And you know that kind of speaks loads because it just shows the resilience demonstrated across the organization on both sides, clearly from an adoption. And I mean, I use this acronym quite often. While COVID is, of course, not a great thing for everybody, but it did kind of, I would say, nudge all of us to create convenience in digital, and that's what I call the term COVID. So in fact, what Deepu was mentioning, what Jitendra was mentioning, I think COVID accelerated the entire journey, starting from the prospecting till the onboarding to the level of servicing. I think everything got accelerated in seriously extremely crunch times. And I think I thank all my technology folks, operations folks who kind of helped us automate those processes, bring out the best innovations, get the best in the industry. In fact, something which was so key to distribution, which is pretty much around engagement and governance. You know, we all believe that distribution can't run without these two elements clearly, because if you're not really engaging, you're not governing, numbers don't happen. We automated those two elements also significantly, and that's a transformation that I've seen over the year and a half. I mean, today, you know, we have a completely digitized sales management process, and what it means is I can engage, have the real-time discussion, get all the data populated, get it archived with digital signatures. So that's the level of, you know, I would say evolution that we've been able to manage on the sales management piece. Similarly, I would say prospecting, where we wanted a customer to be really coming in and have an interaction. We've kind of completely moved to a virtual lead management system where I could engage with you and, you know, populate, and then it flows through a full system. And of course, onboarding has become I would say now a common practice across, where it's a complete paperless home-to-home sales, as we coin it in our system, which has become a reality. So, you know, insurance, which was a high engagement product, I think some myths have also been broken over the period of time, and especially for life insurance, I must say, where we all believe that there cannot be anything like digital sales or a virtual sales, is something which is prompting all of us to think that do we, you know, in the future really need such large distribution forces. I'll be honest about that as well. So it has kind of helped us evolve and accelerate some journeys here, Kamlesh.
Excellent, Amrish. I can completely resonate with what you're saying, and that's the power of digital, which is kind of happened across industry. Ashish, over to you to get to your experience, especially on the products preferences.
No, definitely. I'm going to agree with my fellow panelist here, and I'm glad that Mr. Amrish is realizing what we have been yelling, that, you know, insurance is a D2C business, and and we have seen accelerated growth because of COVID. So overall, for all of us, the piece of the pie has increased. If you look at it, right? Like, more people have started to take insurance seriously. They're like, they understood that if I have health insurance, it will be beneficial for me, right? I can buy auto insurance by going on the website itself, right? I can do some of these inspection related things by leveraging technology. In that way, I mean, even though COVID was horrible for a lot of families and the country itself, in that way, it was good for the business. But the biggest disruption that I see that COVID has caused is it accelerated digital transformation. Right? Some people were caught off guard. Some companies were caught off guard. Some companies were ready for it, but most of the companies were either, you know, not expecting this kind of scenario, or they were like half prepared, right? So what COVID did is expose the vulnerabilities of existing tech and products, and that is where I see that we will keep seeing a lot of I would say attention being paid to. We will see like companies will keep improving upon product and technology stack. We'll keep thinking about how can we serve the consumer first? How can we, empathize with them? And as Mr. Jiten talked about, like some of the assisted sales channels such as chatbots and things like that. How can we make it better? Right? Like every problem cannot be solved by throwing people at the problem, right? Some of the problems can be solved by leveraging technology, and how to do that is what companies are thinking about. Some have already started moving in that direction, others will soon follow. But overall, that's where I see industry going. And once you have that tech and product stack ready, it will help you to bring the insurance products faster to the market. Right? If you think about it, right now with the online offline distribution model, it takes a whole lot of time to set up new businesses. But if you have a digital model in place and there is no all offline component to it, you will see that how fast you can bring various insurance products to market, how fast you can see whether this product is a success or a failure. If I have to pivot, how fast you can pivot. All those things will happen, and COVID actually accelerated. From the consumer as well as from employee side, I would like to highlight that most of the companies have also started empathizing more, right? Now that we are in this situation, we have really put ourselves in the shoes of our employees as well as our consumers to really see what are the problems both sides are facing and how can we solve them. So I think even though we are not in the office, actually I felt that my employer is much more closer to me in that way. My consumer is much more closer to me in that, because if there is any issue, I can just pick up the phone and talk to my consumer saying like, hey, what's the problem? How can I solve it? Previously, that might not be the case. Previously, because we were in office, everyone has designated roles and responsibility. You might think like, okay, someone else will figure it out. But now everyone is in this, like, let me solve this problem mode, right? So everyone is like all hands on deck approach is being taken, and things are moving fast in that. I can see. So those are some of the trends that I have seen and the disruptions I have seen in the industry, and I think they are for good enough.
Fantastic, Ashish. I think the classic one is how do you make the experience better by understanding the consumer and bringing technology as closer as you can. So appreciate that. Shyam, from your side, at least from the innovation box, is there something which you want to talk about?
So in some sense, right, it's been a very interesting experience because I joined and set up my team like a week before lockdown started, right? So I didn't have a team when I came. So in some sense, I got a clear outside picture of how, as a company, a large company, transformed and reacted and improvised and adapted to this entire thing while building a team completely remotely, right? So there were two different aspects of how I built my team and how Tata AIG as a large company adapted and responded to this massive unprecedented change, right? And both very interesting parts in there, right? So for example, as a company, I mean, everybody kind of touched upon it. You have your BCP, but how does that adapt? When you have a primarily in-office workforce without laptops, how do you, within a period of a week, get everyone laptops, adapt your systems, adapt your network, all of that to kind of expand the network there? But more interestingly, what, as a third-party observer, almost in some sense, it was a great opportunity which Tata AG really took to kind of relook at a lot of the processes, right? So one thing you could do as a company is just take everything and say, let's make it digital, but then you also reevaluate saying certain preconceived notions and reevaluate them, do they even make sense anymore? Right? Whereas primarily before COVID, you would be suspecting, no, this is how it works, it kind of goes along. But things like inspections, claims, all of that, can they be done remotely? You had to say previously everyone wanted to go physically inspect, check, and then approve. Now you're forced to evaluate, can you do it remotely? What is the kind of risk? How do you now adapt around it? Right? And then can you bring in AI, ML to kind of really speed that up? So those conversations started happening, and you started relooking at each process from the bird's eye view of a customer. Right, so customer empathy, like Ashish also mentioned, put the customer first, re-look at the processes, re-envision them, and kind of lay them out. At the same time, on my front, trying to build that team, again, change your hiring process, change how the team interacts, kind of set that up. How do you build a culture and bring people together without actually ever physically meeting anyone of them? Right, so moving to kind of an async mechanism, not going into Zoom fatigue where everyone is in meetings all the time, trying to just close things over email. And how do you just build that kind of environment where everybody is new, but you have to work with all parts of the company to kind of drive innovation, build the right solutions, and kind of engage them. Right? So it's been very different in that sense.
Quite a different perspective, Shyam. I completely agree with you. Anubhav, can we have your views? And also we can start with your introduction. You are on mute, Anubhav. Anubhav, you able to hear us?
Yes, sir. Hi, Kamlesh. I am able to hear you clearly.
Yeah.
I think very interesting insights by all my fellow panelists and with the variety of experience that we have here. So let me share perspectives from Cholamandalam and my experience perspective. So COVID has been very interesting, and what I have seen happen in the last 12, 18 months, specifically for the enterprise where I am trying to bring some change, is that the biggest change I have seen is the appetite and the way of thinking of people and leaders and teams in terms of new ways of working is the biggest change I have seen. See, sometime back I was in another discussion and there was a point being there that who has been the best CTO, the Chief Digital Officer, and unanimously the entire group gravitated towards COVID being the best CTO, which has accelerated the digital transformation. But having said that, I think what has really changed is the way of thinking. And at Cholamandalam, we were classically an organization which believed a lot in the physical mode of operation. With 600 plus branches, a lot of operations focusing on tier 3 and tier 4 towns, which was the inherent nature of the business. What I have seen is that the business segment is undergoing a change. And the other biggest thing that I have seen happening is, apart from what all my peers have talked about, like chatbots and AI messaging, so on and so forth, while all of that has happened and is happening, I think it has given a perfect opportunity for me to focus on clearly creating a segmentation between the systems of record and the systems of engagement. So with COVID coming in, the ability and the speed at which the distribution team and the customer segments have been able to adopt and imbibe systems of engagement has been a classic case. And with that happening, the dependency on the core system going down, the opportunity to transform and bring some transformation in the backend systems of record is also something which has been happening for the last 12, 18 months in a very silent manner, but in a very powerful manner, so that as an organization, we are all up and ahead of the technology curve. That is what is something which is phenomenally happening. The other key point which I have observed is, some of my colleagues here are from life insurance background, but from a general perspective, and I'm quite sure Deepu will probably agree to me to some extent, I think health insurance has moved the segment from being a discretionary product to almost being a non-discretionary product. So while traditionally insurance is a push product, but health insurance has almost become a pull product in the mindset of the customer. So as long as you have the right product, a frictionless journey at the right price, health insurance is a massively growing segment. And that is an experience that all general insurers and standalone health insurers have observed. So those are some of the key aspects that I think I have seen and observed in the last 12 to 18 months. And this trend seems to be continuing for a long time.
True. Completely in agreement, Anubhav. You would quickly want to give your introduction in terms of the department which you head. I know you're CIO, but at least.
Yeah. So hi, everyone. Sorry, first of all, I was a few minutes late in joining the typical day at Cholamandalam. But I basically take care of technology, digital, and operations at Cholamandalam General Insurance. And since the time I have joined, it's been a very exciting journey, and I'm glad to be a part of this panel.
Wow, fantastic, fantastic. So in fact, thank you for the first initial ice breaking and the thinking on the impact of COVID. I think let's zoom in better for especially our viewers, because this is the area, and in fact, this is the heart of the question, is on two parts. And Deepu, if we can start with you, is what is the changing behavior which we have seen following COVID? While everybody talked about work from home, employees have got impacted favorably in terms of at least the way we've been able to engage. We've leveraged digital to a greater extent, and both from the insurer and consumer point of view. So there are two sub questions, which, and then probably we can go more innovative if required. What are the key disruptions we've seen from a consumer point of view? And also how efficiently or proficiently we've been able to manage COVID risk or the risk following COVID, because everything has become digital. There are new sets of risks which have emerged out. So if on these two aspects, if we can talk about what is the changing behavior and what you as a company are doing to tackle, to probably come out with flying solutions on risk management and customer experience. So Deepu, we'll start with you and go through the same sequence.
Sure. So Kamlesh, to the point that I made earlier, that, COVID-19, unlike many crises that we have seen, was a health crisis, right, with economic outcomes.
True.
Broadly, it's led to, two things. One is, of course, a spike in the awareness of health, to the point that even Anubhav made. And, the other is obviously, going to a digital, way of not just working, but, digital way of living, right? I think these are broadly two things which have happened. Now, how are, firms, coping with it, and then what do we have, as we go forward? Now, one is there are some things, which will be permanent, right? We have always seen the benefits of work from home, right? One is, punctuality, right? Meetings start on time, meetings end on time. And today you can be in 5 different cities on the same day. You don't have to wait for travel and, all the waiting time. So I think those efficiency, right, it comes in. Having said that, we also need to recognize, especially in our business, which is still a push business, which is distribution led. Everybody can't work from home, right? If you look at, a large part of the sales force and, many people, who may have to, for example, surveyors and all of those, right? So we'll have to balance that, going forward. So it's going to be hybrid, right? So clearly, that's one. The second thing, while we also digital, we need to understand that in insurance, at least, it's going to be phygital, because when you look at claim fulfillment, it's got to be physical by definition, right? I mean, if you are unwell, you have to go to a hospital. You can't get healed digitally. Similarly, if you crash your car, and motor is the biggest line of business, you have to ultimately get it repaired in a garage. So the processing can be digital, but the fulfillment has got to be, physical. So I think clearly, it's going to be phygital, going forward. So that's, from an employee and, and from a firm point of view. Now, coming to customers, I think, there are 2-3 aspects, Kamlesh. One is, before COVID, we always had these, discussions around digital divides and digital haves and digital have-nots. I think when COVID-19 happened, there was no discussion on customer segments, right? Everybody had to kind of, migrate. And I think the way forward now, as we go in, especially in the Indian context, is multilingual. Because what we need to understand is, that we just only cannot continue with English. English can't be the sole choice, when it comes to digital assets, right? So, for example, if you look at our bot, we offer it in languages, other than English. And we also came out with an app exclusively for farmers and only in Indian languages. And that turned out to be a massive hit. So I think, the way forward is digital, which is, digital with a touch of human. We also need empathy and I think multilingual. So I think this is the way forward, for the industry.
Absolutely, Deepu. Anything on the risk management side? How do you see that transforming?
You asking me or somebody else?
To you, Deepu, on the risk management side?
Yeah. I think from a risk perspective, Kamlesh, if you see most firms, drop, various risks at various point in time. Now going forward, the nature in which risk can happen will change, right? For example, let's look at, what's happening today. Everything is happening digitally. So all your frauds, all your traffic jams, which happen physically, will now shift to the digital highways, right? So how do you, for example, cope with it, right? Because digital brings with it, its own risks and opportunities. So, firms will have to invest in, for example, pattern analytics to figure out fraud. Similarly, you'll invest a lot in cyber security, because today people are accessing software, not just your, physical assets sitting from home, right? It's a very scattered ecosystem that we live in. So, that's one thing which we, will have to take care of. The other is, especially from an insurance point of view, which to some extent happened even before COVID-19, but it's increasingly, acquiring, scale and velocity is also climate risk. So I think, these are 2 risks, which we'll have to grapple with, apart from, the standard risk, which will continue to be there, right? Talent risk, operating risk, financial risk, so on and so forth.
Sure, Deepu, I'll come back to you separately.
Sure.
Jitendra, from your perspective, disruptions on customer and risk management?
So, a large part of the digital build-up which has taken place in the earlier years, they were more inward focused. They were trying to bring in a operational efficiency, trying to build up maybe a TAT reduction, which has a effect on customers, which could be having some of those non-value adding activities to be taken out from the equation, or some risk aspects to be really addressed in terms of a better mistake proofing solution. So that's where the large part of the digitization in the past has been. But what has really happened is with COVID coming in, there was a void of a sales force not able to reach to the end customers, and there is a social distancing norm which is taking place. Customers are not in a position to reach out to the branches, or customers are not in a position to really reach out to the nearby points where they could be really serviced and taken care of. So in that arena, the revisit of reimagining of the processes from the customer's point of view in a true sense have taken place. And what is the last mile connect which is taking place with our digital solution is the real consideration in terms of the projects. So one of the things which we have brought in is where the new business prospecting is taking place using a video and a voice interface, which essentially bring the same resource, reaching it out to the customers, providing a convenience to oneself as well as to the customers, and maintaining the social distancing norm. Thanks to regulator, they are also supporting some of these e-signature and video KYC and other norms to be really brought in conjunction to make this as a holistic experience end-to-end for the customers. So wherever there was a last mile projects which were possibly left over, or they are not getting into a right kind of a use case in terms of a business justification, automatically with COVID coming in, it does not call for a change management discussions or a buy-in discussions to be taking place in the organizations, and they are becoming a real part of a true sense of digitization for a customer value in terms of a journey taking place. The second piece which is taking place is some of these assets have been brought and built with certain scales in mind, but some of those volumes are unprecedented, and the capacity which are required to be really managed are to be revisited, and that's where the cloud as a solution or a migration to cloud becomes a natural choice for the organizations. So the risk around data and managing those kind of relationship is revisited in terms of a cloud strategy and the security strategy. So while the business part of the risk and other thing, which is a typical underwriting and finance, that by and large is there apart from the COVID related health parameters, but there are other dimensions of risk which has been brought into the table and has been under focus for the organization.
Interesting, Jitendra, interesting. Amrish, from your side, your inputs on these two facets?
So, Kamlesh, I think I was just kind of, so from a consumer choice perspective, the way it is impacted is, one, I can tell you, and I've been a business sales guy for a long time. So, we always used to say that what are some of the objections that you usually encounter in a insurance, life insurance customer? There's no need, there's no money, there's no time. Fortunately, as things may pan out, all these three things are available at this juncture. And that is what I keep telling my distribution team, that, if there was a time, the time is now. Because this whole thing, for whatever, yes, we understand that it's not a great phenomenon which happened, but it certainly brought in a lot of anxiety and fear in customers' mind. There is a lot of uncertainty which has got created, and that's kind of, they have the money, they don't have the avenues to really park the money or to kind of ensure the income stream. That has become the most anxious element of that thing. And all said and done, work from home has, of course, given them time to discuss with their family and have that time to themselves to really plan for their own personal financial goals. So given that aspect, I think there is clearly a huge tailwind that we are seeing across businesses, while of course health insurance leading that opportunity, but clearly life insurance is no far behind, is what I would want to mention. Within life insurance, if you were to ask me, are there some categories which are certainly poised for good growth? So if you go back a few years back and you were to ask all organizations, everybody said we want to have a large protection portfolio. The situation is completely reversed now. And that kind of also addresses the second part of your question, which is about the risk element. Now, so we've always said that, when you really need insurance, you don't get it. When you don't need it, you should take it. And that's the fundamental that we followed for many years. Currently, there's a situation where we have, it's almost like become, when I look at the protection issuance across the industry, and that's primarily on the basis of the large claims and the reinsurer kind of withdrawing out, clearly it's almost become like an asset file where your issuance rates are almost going down to 1:3, 1:4 kind of a number to really underwrite that kind of business. But clearly the demand is increased significantly. As I mentioned, the fundamentals of buying a life insurance product are completely panning out post this phenomena of COVID. And clearly from I think risk perspective, clearly, of course, there are other risks which have got initiated. In fact, and that's where technology, and I was speaking of what people were saying. I mean, we never, the claims risk was not too large. But today, I mean, that is increasing significantly, and hence to ascertain that risk right at the point of underwriting the risk is becoming far more critical. So we used to have this practice of I would say a proposal stage calling kind of a concept where the guy could just confirm that he's understood. But today we are fraud risk, and hence we are moving up to a video proposal stage calling, which is to make sure that we've seen the customer before we really underwrite him his risk. So all those I think risk mitigants in terms of processes are being brought in place to kind of write the correct business. And from a consumer perspective, I'm only again repeating that if there was a time, this is the time for us to propel business. And I think what my fellow panelists said, I think some amount of evolution in this overall industry had started already happening. So InsurTech as a concept started with some some technology firms finding the gap between the products and the process existing, as well as looking at the evolving consumer choices. What COVID has done for all of us is that every insurance company is actually transforming into an InsurTech firm. So earlier, the tech firms were becoming an insurance company and becoming an InsurTech. It's becoming the other way around, where the insurance companies have to now become a tech firm to really cater to the industry going forward. And that's what seems to be happening clearly, Kamlesh.
Very nice, Amrish. It is like saying we are a tech company, by the way, we sell insurance. So
yeah, it is.
So, good one. So Ashish, over to you. While you talk, in fact, we see Echo talking about lot amount of disruptions, especially on the customer part, on the motor piece. You may want to touch upon some other segment or some other distribution, both disruption, on customer as well as risk point of view.
Absolutely. So I completely agree with my fellow panelists here. I think the biggest change you will see is the customer journeys will be revamped completely. Customers are not going to sit there and be satisfied with it. They are hungry. Customers are asking for more, and they want everything at their doorstep. We have to figure out how to deliver them. Right? So the biggest disruption you will see is the channel disruption. Channel disruption will happen, and web and mobile will be your predominant channel. That's what we predict. We are a little bit away from, being, let's say, calling ourselves a mobile first company. But I think with millennials and Gen Zs of the world coming into the foray, I think we are, almost knocking on the door with that. This will be a mobile first generation. And if I talk about even life insurance, right, which is one of our segments, right? Basically what we offer is basically a new age digital group medical coverage, which provides comprehensive benefits that focuses on primary care, wellness, besides hospitalization insurance, all in one Echo mobile app. So essentially, channel is mobile. The plans are very comprehensive in nature, and there is nothing that is stopping us from offering, plethora of other services. We already have the auto vertical, health is our newest vertical, and you can see the channel is web and mobile, and that is something that I foresee happening in near as well as far as I can see. Right, that's the channel that consumers will prefer, both because of COVID or now that it became a habit. So everyone is like, okay, bring me this service to my doorstep. You will also see the traditional underwriting risk to basically come down quite a bit. And the reason for that being, we have a lot of data now, which can give us lots and lots of insights. Right? If you look 10 years back, we were having two challenges. First of all, we did not have this much amount of data. Secondly, we did not have all these technologies to analyze them. Right? Now that we have so much data at our fingertips and the technologies that can slice and dice the data the way we want and show us the risk that we are undertaking or model it better, I see the traditional risk will come down. However, on the other hand, risk will go up on the digital side. Right? We need to provide facilities to consumers and fulfill all the requirements, regulatory requirements. I mean, digital. So we need to make sure that we are up to speed there. Like, how can we make sure that our systems are fraud-proof? How can we make sure like digital fraud is not happening? So we have to invest a lot into digital risk management. While I do see the traditional risk management will be there, but it will not be a significant area of concern for most of the insurance providers.
Fantastic, Ashish. So I like your idea on the journey maps and kind of personalizing things and including using data to kind of be more customized in offering. So I appreciate that. Sham, from your side, your inputs, please.
Absolutely. So I think just echoing a lot of what the panelists have said, right? From an outside perspective, kind of what I see happening is with low touch products like a Zomato, Swiggy, Amazon, Flipkart, people were used to convenience at their fingertips. That kind of post COVID has now started migrating to the high touch products as well, right? So, which is kind of where insurance also as a segment is coming in. We're seeing a lot more customers being comfortable with interacting and finishing their entire journeys digitally and online, right? Which was not the case maybe a few years back, right? And COVID, if nothing else, has just accelerated that journey, right? And so that is one major disruption. And then moving on that, right? So web, mobile, omni-channel was ballyhooed around as keywords, bots were ballyhooed around as keywords before COVID. Now we see that actually coming into play and being available at the customer's fingertips when and where they want them, so that they can do what they want, right? So whether it's a WhatsApp journey, whether it's a bot journey, or anywhere, being available to the customer how they want is becoming more and more critical, right? Because like in this digital day and age, customers have options. Customer is the king, right? So retaining the customer means keeping the customer experience at an all-time high, right? So it's becoming all the more important for being there for the customer when he needs it, right? And then on the risk management side, fundamentally, yes, it has kind of gotten companies to revisit underwriting, think about black swan events and all that for sure. Then there will be some repercussions as we go along. But it's also expanded the risk profile, right? Because now everything is at the edge. Every customer, every stakeholder, every employee has their own device and they're connecting to a network. So while everything is moving digital, your risk boundaries are also expanding. So that's becoming again another critical part. I'm sure it's giving CISOs enough nightmares just trying to manage their networks and keep things secure when data is now more sporadic and more dispersed, right? I think those are the two things I see over and above what the panelists have said so far.
Excellent, Sham. I think thank you for bringing those two aspects which were not covered. Thank you. Anubhav, over to you.
Yeah, so let me just build on some perspective, on top of what my fellow panelists already said. See, I think on the customer side, Kamlesh, what I see is happening is, and what is going to further happen is the need for customized products. So customers today, at least in the insurance space, are trying to drive a concept where they want the product to be customized. And insurers are rising up to the occasion, whether it is through better analytics, whether it is through better micro-segmentation of customers, offerings, multiple add-ons, build your own product, add your own cover. Various options are being made available to customers. So customers are driving their behavior and insurers are riding to the occasion. At the same time, what is also happening is that the customers are also expecting certain basic things as hygiene. For example, a very, very simplified and made to work at the right time claims experience. So today's customers are a lot more aware. So the point that Deepu talked about, for example, the motor claims, typically most of the companies today have an AI model behind a motor claim to adjudicate the claims. Similarly, on the health side. So those are, and the immediate adjudication or a response to a claim is almost a basic hygiene ask that all customers are asking. And that is where the technology plays also coming and the digital plays also coming. On the risk side, I think what is happening is very interesting. So the fact that analytics, AI and machine learning will be used is almost a given in today's time. The question is, if you see, once the millennials start taking control of things and more AI and ML gets embedded, the entire risk landscape will undergo a tremendous change. Because if you were to cut through 10 years from today or 7 years from today, the amount of learning that AI ML models will do will not be known or codified to any human being. Today, the AI or ML models have been codified based on some bit of pattern recognition, but also through a large conversion of non-tangible into tangible information, which was in the minds of claim assessors, adjudicators, underwriters, and all. But in the next 5-7 years, as systems start taking control of the decisions, the entire risk landscape will be managed purely by system. So that is going to be a key change that is going to happen on the risk assessment side, and new kinds of risks will have to be taken care of, and new kind of product offerings. For example, the millennials will ask for a product which is suited for digital identity management. What happens if my Facebook profile is defrauded, or it is sort of impersonified? So those will be the kind of micro offerings that millennials will drive, and insurers will have to start having product offerings on that segment, which are digitally devised, on the fly, completely dynamic with pricing, controls, claims, and the entire life cycle will be short also. So those are going to be the changes that I see coming more from a general insurance perspective.
Excellent. Very different perspective, Anubhav, for bringing on table. Thank you for that. So as we talked about the aspect, and I'll throw open to this group, anybody wants to pick up this question. Have we kind of, merged or kind of in India, we have so many startups on InsurTech and FinTech, which is over 100. That's the statistics, what I kind of read recently, 110 plus. Are we using some InsurTechs or FinTech organizations and blending it as a part of our customer journey? Is there some use case to talk about or some practice you want to share for our viewers? I think it will be good.
You want me to go, Kamlesh? I can share a few perspectives.
Please, Deepu.
Yeah. See, I think, in our kind of industry, it's important to, respect the ecosystem, right? Whether it's your competitors or whether it's startups or, the entire, ecosystem at large. So what we do is, depending on the point, right? Because if you drop your entire customer journey, right? Depending on points, there could be solutions, classic, make versus buy, right? If you have it internally, then you wouldn't look out, but then you get a good value proposition outside, you would. So we have worked with, a few, FinTech and, InsurTech players, in various areas. One was, a blockchain-driven claim settlement solution in international travel insurance, which we launched nearly 4 years ago. That's one. Then the other is, even in terms of customer experience, when you look at our digital servicing tools, right, whether it's a AI-driven bot or, the other tools that we leverage, right, we have worked with some startups. Similarly, when we've revolutionized our claims experience, especially motor claims, I think somebody made a point about, making it on the spot, right? So I think across the value chain, we've leveraged, fintechs and startups wherever possible, especially in those areas, which can give a significant value addition to the customer.
Wow, people. Thank you for bringing these to family. Anyone else, Amrish?
Not from my current experience, but since I've headed this business also in a bank at IndusInd Bank, being the head of bank assurance over there, one of the biggest challenges that I used to face, and given the open architecture regime, managing about 9 players and kind of making sure that a 10,000 distribution force is able to, manage multiple apps and kind of, sell on one app. Because at the end of the day, you can't, you just one product line in a bank at the end of the day. So you can't have 9 players and all trying to be advocating their own processes and their own respective apps. So something that I started evaluating, and that's kind of coming to closure now, is to kind of create one journey on a one insurance app kind of a concept, which was being driven by some of these players, like when you look at Discovery, Turtlemint, some of these startups who are enabling this very well. And in fact, within our own partner Access also, they kind of helping create a marketplace. ThoughtWorks is one of them, which is working on creating a marketplace, because any large bank and getting into open architecture, it's no more a journey, I would say, where the insurers have to offer the journey. They will have to pretty much, collaborate with some of these new age insurtechs to kind of give a comprehensive solution, which the bank can call as its own asset. And so while we have this discussion internally about build versus buy on a daily basis, but this is one solution that came to my mind, which is pretty much a need of the hour for every possible bank in the industry today.
Interesting, Amrish. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else which talks about InsurTech or FinTech use case?
So Kamlesh, I can talk about last 5-6 years, how the evolution has taken place in our engagement and in terms of our mind share. So earlier, whenever a digital transformation or an initiative need to be brought in, we were thinking of big companies, all the big brands who are there in terms of a software giants. And then the set of consulting companies who bring in that kind of a solution as a integrator. No more are those scenarios now, when this discussion of a new asset to be brought in, we really do not go to them to begin with. Large part of the solutions are coming out from some of these startup companies, some new ecosystem organizations who are really surprising with their kind of a value proposition, which possibly some of these biggies have not thought about it, or if they have thought about it, the kind of a solutioning and prices are something which not fitting in, so as the case in terms of compatibility in terms of a timeline. So that's the kind of a shift which has taken place. So there is a larger set of startups whom are constantly working and running on a POC kind of a route is becoming a new normal. So many companies actually through your LinkedIn profile reaches out and say that, okay, they wanted to really share their prospecting journey, wants them maybe half an hour, 1 hour kind of a time frame, and immediately they offer POC. And somewhere you find that out of 10 people whom you are interacting, maybe 2 or 3 people are fitting into that kind of a schema of thing and are taking up that kind of a thing. So that's the kind of a complete new shift which has taken place, which was earlier that, okay, it is an annual cycle, somebody has to be making an RFP and then introducing these players. 6 months there will be an evaluation round and selection will go on and kind of thing. So there is a shift which has taken place, and of course tech organization and startups are a real partner for the future.
Indeed, Jitendra, I agree with you. Yeah, Anubhav?
Yeah, Kamlesh, a small use case, I think one very interesting one. Firstly, let me qualify it clearly by saying that not engaging with fintech and insurtech is no more an option now. You have to continuously do that. The good thing is, and which I have seen from experience, is that with the variabilized costing models which have evolved today, almost everything is a revenue-driven model. It's an OpEx-driven model. So as long as you have a technology which is nimble-footed, you can keep on trying out the best solution in the market because the technology pace is so high, it will keep on changing. So that is how you need to ensure that your internal architecture is growing. And specifically from a use case side, I think hyper-personalization is a very interesting use case for the distribution team to create models which can be then hyper-personalized and made real-time contextual offers. So something as, for example, a gamification model, which can get the distribution guy to just go and make a call to this lead right now, and you, let's say, earn 4 brownie points, just as an example. Now, how you devise it in the context and scope of your organization is, of course, each organization's own way of working. But hyper-personalization, I have seen that with that gamification element, the productivity of sales team can be taken several notches higher. So that is one use case I would like to talk about.
I think quite relevant, Anubhav. Appreciate what you shared. So if there are no more views on insurtech and fintech use case, we will just move to the last part of our question and make it a little more interesting. Is it okay, Shyam? Ashish, you want to add something? Otherwise, we'll move ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add a very interesting use case where on the claims side, right, where we do the on-account settlement for our customers. We also offer pick up from the doorstep of the customers and drop off and getting the car fixed in 3 days, right? When it comes to auto insurance. The one thing that is very fascinating over there is the pre-inspection, right? So what we are offering our customers to do is, if you purchase an insurance policy, you can actually do the pre-inspection using the mobile app, right? So you need not to bring the vehicle to a garage. You need not to take some time off from work or none of those things. At the time of your convenience, you can take the pictures, make a video of the vehicle and just send it to us. And that will be counted as a pre-inspection. So again, something along the lines of consumer convenience that we have been thinking, and how we can digitally, bring this entire ecosystem to the next level. So that is something I thought will be very beneficial for our viewers as well as the bank.
Excellent, Ashish. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So I'll probably move to the last section, which is, I think, going to be a little interesting, and I want your participation there. I would request, and as we've talked about digitization, we talked about changing preferences, and Ashish, you brought interesting concept on journey maps and experiences. Anubhav talked about hyper personalizations. I think these are interesting concepts which I've kind of made notes. If you were to see how COVID has taught us, or what we have changed and what Deepu talked about, we're moving digital, which is currently 100%. And eventually, once things open up, the limbic system changes, I should call it, some part will converge back to phygital. in that particular bit. But obviously the needle is shifted from what we were face to face to where we are. What, according to you, one significant change which you expect will happen as we kind of start forgetting pandemic comes into that particular bit? Or what do you think which will be the new dimension which we'll all embark upon? I want all panelists to talk about one shift which will be significant or sustaining, could talk about, and if it is something getting repeated, we may probably start thinking something new so that our viewers kind of get some 5 or 6 different learning aspects which will come through. So we can start with anyone who wants to go first. I have no problem.
Shall I go ahead, Kamlesh?
Yes, Deepu.
Yeah. So I think it's a good question to close the conversation on. And, you spoke about, what can be, one dimension, and, also spoke about, what can be one shift. So I think one dimension, Kamlesh, which we see, because the whole accent initially was on digitizing the physical. How do you get into a digital, mode of, as we said, not just working, but living. But as we have seen over the last 15 months, especially when it comes to customers in our industry, right? When customers call you, they're not calling you during their good times. They're calling you when they're in trouble, right?
Very
so at that time, customers need empathy. So while bots may give you consistency and accuracy and efficiency, you need empathy and a healing touch. So I think the accent has now shifted from digitizing the physical to humanizing the digital. So which is where, you're talking about conversational AI, you're talking about bots mimicking human beings, and you're talking about, blending the science of AI with the art of customer centricity to make it human centric AI. So I think that's one dimension which is coming through. The other part of your question, which is, in terms of where do you see some features, continuing as permanent, part of the new normal, and where do you see, some features, coming back, right? So I think it's a fairly obvious business case. Wherever you see benefits, right, like work from home, we've all seen, right? You reduce commuting, there's more punctuality, you can go across to multiple areas without having to physically travel. I think all of these, will continue in the form and fashion that we have seen. Some of the areas, which may make a return to the, to the physical world. I think one would be, if you look at it, for example, leisure travel, right? Because business travel you may still do, but man is a social animal, right? You don't want to just cooped up in your home or in your city, right? You would want to go out and, see the big bad world, right? That's one. And then the other is, some of these aspects where you miss interactions. For example, let's take, onboarding of colleagues, right? You can't expect someone to just onboard, get onboard, in his home and then never meet people physically. So, there'll be a call for some sort of meetings, right? Maybe quarterly, maybe fortnightly. So there'll be some form of, model by which, people would want to do. And then areas, which are not amenable, to remote servicing. Some parts of healthcare, right? Because you still want to, go and meet a doctor physically and get examined. So I think some of those parts will see a return. So it will be a digital world as we discussed earlier.
Excellent, Deepu. And I'm sure Amrish could not resist in terms of to come back to those R&R into fancy destinations and all those things. I'm sure. So thank you. Yeah.
I just wanted to add maybe a little contrarian view to this entire thing, because the way Anubhav spoke about, or Deepu specifically identified certain aspects, Shyam added the dimension, and given the challenges which Amrish is talking about, or Ashish is bringing about on the product side as well as on the distribution side. Now, machines are learning. That's what is the statement which we are making, and we all understand. When machines are really learning, and they will be learning more and more, not just through some of these things which are given to them, they will be learning by some their own way of building those kind of a model, and would create a response. Now, the question to all of us who are there in the panel, as well as the audience, who may be there on the tech side or maybe nothing to do with the tech.
True.
What would we do? Are we learning? Are we unlearning? Given the fact that many of our tasks which has been taken by those machines, what is that we will be doing? Are we really skilling ourselves to get to the higher level? Because what a human being in terms of his hand was doing, or maybe a mouth was doing, or maybe an eye was doing, some of those things have been taken care through a RPA solution, or AI vision, AI text, AI voice. And obviously we are adding the multilingual, and we are bringing the empathy and all those dimensions which Deepu already spoke about it. Now, if all our senses are actually taken care through these machineries, Now we need to be using our different faculty, which is our human mind, and possibly identify other bigger purpose of our life, and to get connected on that. So that is the larger questions, which is actually a point to ponder and think about it while we are creating a digital platform, digital agenda and blueprint. What is to be really done to the human being, not only in terms of an immediate getting impacted, but overall society level, what will happen to them?
Jitendra, that itself is a panel discussion in a separate manner.
Absolutely.
I should put it that way. But what is the significant shift, or what is your crystal ball gazing for future, Jitendra?
So there are only three A's which comes in my mind. Artificial intelligence is a natural choice which is taking place. Second is use of more and more analytics, using insights of the data, be it on the journey side of it, be it on the standalone basis, the way the dashboards are being looked into, they will be all insight, and that's where data analytics comes in the picture. And the third dimension is basically creating a better fusion through augmented reality. So today we are trying to use and reach to persons through maybe a voice or maybe a video. Maybe the same reach could be taking place in a augmented reality form to create a next level of experience, which could be more timeless and spaceless.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jitu, for summarizing this. Amrish, we can have your crystal ball gazing.
I love to do this exercise, Kamlesh, about crystal ball glazing, because I'll tell you what, we've all seen evolution from physical to phygital. And I can only tell you, as a distribution guy of a phygital model that I run today, the biggest fear or anxiety that I have is that this is going to completely become digital. And why do I say that? Because I think as an industry, we are all now, I think, aligned very well on what all we need to do. So I think clarity of thought in terms of what needs to be done exists pretty much across the entire ecosystem. We all know that if we were to really, I would simplify processes, simplify products, create hyper personalization, bring in the use of AI, ML, bring in, I would say, the 4 P's of marketing, and create a innovation around that. We could, I would say, create a more do-it-yourself, commoditizing the products in the first go itself. If we were to do all of this, trust my word, the digital evolution, and we've seen this across all the industries. We've seen this across e-commerce. I mean, e-commerce completely got threatened from a full store model to a complete buying journey with stores like Amazon and so on and so forth. So if you ask me, I think I see this only gravitating towards that. So we are all measuring percentages, saying that, the top 3 products in GI is possibly health, travel, motor, which is pretty much becoming a distribution through D2C. Life is still a sub 5% sales that's happening on a D2C. But does it mean that it will continue that way? I'm quite certain that, this is going to evolve. And distribution clearly will evolve largely and gravitate towards a highly digital, do-it-yourself, create your own product, bite-size insurance, all of that coming in very soon. So we are seeing a lot of stuff happening, but I would still say it's a flash in the pan that's happening right now, with somebody innovating on the product side, somebody innovating on the process side, or probably on the pricing side, giving some hyper personalization. It's still not a uniform industry accepted norm where a Flipkart is competing with an Amazon. But yeah, so that's the way I look at it, at insurance industry over the next 5 years to a 10 years scenario. And that's a very longish period that I'm giving, actually, will completely move to a very different distribution model for sure.
Wow. So there are a lot of expectation and guessing, Amrish, from you. Thank you.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree with Amrish more. That's where the industry is moving. We will figure out ways to serve our customers digitally. Wherever we have a physical presence, I think we will figure out a way that how this can be replaced by a digital journey. If you think about the consumer journey, right? Customers got introduced to the digital channel during this COVID wave, right? Some of them were already part of the ecosystem. They know that, okay, I can buy insurance online. And they came to this point where they were trying to renew their insurance policy, right? So they purchased their insurance policy, let's say in March 2020 for the first time, because that was the first lockdown. and now the renewal when the renewal cycle was due, they were in the second lockdown, and they're like, oh my God, what should I do? So those customers have actually moved from introduction to the trust. So customers started trusting it. Similarly, people who got introduced during the second lockdown, they will move into a trust cycle going forward. So what I'm predicting is like insurance will fully move digital. Consumers who were skeptical about this thing, they will get comfortable with buying insurance online, and the trust factor will crack the code going forward. It could probably take 3 to 5 years time, but ultimately everyone will start trusting the digital channel, both from purchasing perspective as well as from claims perspective.
Excellent, Ashish. Thank you. Shyam?
So I think I agree mostly, but I think we're all underestimating the Indian tendency of the want to find somebody who we can curse at rather than some digital person on the phone or on the email, right? Which is why I think we're maybe 10, 15 years from being digitally serving everything. Tier 1 cities probably, yes, will move more digital, but you have the rest of India, which is a huge population that will still be mostly phygital. Adoption is there, basic servicing might be there, but I think we're not there yet, right? We're underestimating how disconnected most of India is. Right? The second aspect, which is interesting, right? I think we're all talking about AI and ML and the adoption and drastic increase. As a techie, right? I don't understand the AI models we build. I don't know why it comes to a decision, right? And leaving those kind of decisioning, say, on a health claims is scary, right? So the lack of explainability will come back, and I still look at AI and ML as an intelligence that we offer. Adjudication, sure, in cases where it's more rule based, like motor claims and so on, but there will be a significant essence of the human empathy and human interaction that is needed where human life is concerned, right? So that's kind of the trade-off that I see kind of moving back the needle in certain places where it's a very human product rather than a motor product or say travel.
Thank you, Shyam, for bringing a diverse input. Yes, obviously, it's always a balance between a human to a digital to a phygital, and then a combination like that. Thank you. Anubhav, over to you. The last one.
Thanks, Kamlesh. I think there is a disadvantage of being the last in a panel where there are people with a lot of experience.
Anubhav,
you are almost robbed of all your points.
Absolutely. Or also you have an opportunity to be different and be a headline maker.
Yeah. So let me choose a different perspective. So I think there is no denial of all points that everyone has made. 2-3 perspectives. I think insurance as a sector will have an existential question to answer. The question is whether the insurance company is going to be a player in the front end or the back end. Classic example, in most of the Western markets today, if you go to a supermarket, you can buy a toothpaste, which comes bundled with a dental insurance. So the question is, what is the choice of the insurance company? Do you want to be an insurance company which is selling a free toothbrush, or do you want to be a free insurance that comes bundled with a toothbrush? So that is going to be the model with a lot of bite-sized products, which an insurance players will have to deal with. Secondly, the nature of competition is going to change. In some markets, already the respective regulators have given approval to reinsurers to start selling insurance directly to the front channels. Now, with the kind of aggregated portfolio that a reinsurer has, the kind of product offerings and pricing that a reinsurer can offer can be extremely a game changer. That is the second driver to deal with. And third, coming specifically to the technology side, which is all what we all love to talk about, if you all reflect back to the kind of technology that Ping has, the One Connect platform for which there are numerous awards and everything, it's nothing but a conglomeration, a culmination of the various small insurtech products, whether it's a conversational bot, agent onboarding, selling platform, commerce platform, MIS. So eventually, I think in insurance technology side also, the same wave will turn. So if in 90s were the type of a single platform, a single ERP, then from 90 onward till date, we are having the case of point solutions. You have a small problem, you have a specific solution to that. I think in the next 15, 20 years, we will again go back to the age of single consolidated, overarching, but extremely self-capable platform. So those are my sort of assessments. And of course, time only will tell how things shape. But no doubt it's going to be an extremely exciting place for all of us to work and continue to innovate.
No. Excellent. I think we've almost hit our closing time. What I'll do is I've made a lot of bullet points from each one of you. So what I'll do for all our viewers, I'm probably going to conclude or summarize, all our discussions into the first three parts. There's no denial. It goes beyond doubt. Let me put it that the demand for insurance not only has gone up post COVID, what was earlier a push, to an extent, it's become a pull product. And at least I'm confident and I'm reasonably convinced that insurance will continue to grow, has its own relevance. We are still an under-penetrated market. We will see a demand surging as we are from here on. Obviously, that the shift will happen also to millenniums, which is going to be a favorable outcome. The few points what I heard from all the panelists here with their rich experience. I think the future is going to be digital. While we may debate currently what is moved to 80 to 100%, may come down to an extent, but definitely the fulfillment, right? Be it could be onboarding, be it with could be servicing, renewals, claims, things will shift, much ahead of the curve what it was earlier before. The second part, which I have kind of made a note, and thank you for sharing some use cases, there is a higher acceptance and an ability to drive a change and innovation, especially moving to must have, is towards insurtech and fintech, which will kind of bringing that level of renaissance towards certain amount of customer fulfillment what we are trying to create. The third bit, and to an extent, I heard Ashish, I heard many more panel members talking about, the focus is on process simplification, focus is on ease, focus is to undertake customer experience and then leverage your technology to ease up your business proposition. The next one is kind of, as we talked about, a product shift, which is going to happen. It could be direct to consumer, or for that matter, it could be more risk-based term coverage, health insurance, more protection elements, and more innovations will be filled to drive or to meet the consumer demands. And lastly, which we talked about to a greater lens, and I heard, Anubhav and everybody talking about, including Sham, is how are we going to leverage data? How are we converting data into insights? How are we using to predict consumer behavior? Understands the engagement, and last but not the least, to kind of calculate and calibrate our risk management practices. So I've kind of written, including some amount of propositions change which will happen, where we'll move from a physical infrastructure to some part on virtual infrastructure, which will kind of create a shift for all of us. So with that, thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your participation. I think I personally picked up a lot amount of inputs for my own selves to kind of pick that as an implementation learning. So thank you very much.
No, Kamlesh, firstly, thanks to you for moderating it.
Thank you so much.
Very rarely do you find the moderator at the end of it, summarizing and making notes. So I think kudos to you for moderating it so well. And yeah, like everybody said, I think thanks to Jitendra, Shyam, Ashish, Anubhav, and Amrish, I think, rich expertise, came through from everyone. It was wonderful, listening to everyone. So I think great conversation. Unfortunately, it was digital. It would have been wonderful had it been.
Until we meet again, we'll park for that. So, but
thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So, Namrata, over to you.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, Namrata, over to you. If there are questions, which I think the panel team will be able to answer that.
Yes, we do have some engaging questions from audience. So the first question is, what can be the next big breakthrough in insurtech that insurance and brokers need to prepare for?
Amrish, anyone else, or Ashish, you want to talk about? Share views.
If I can just share a view, I think we should not look at it from the perspective of, what can be the next breakthrough, because what happens is we tend to talk about AI, ML, blockchain, IoT, and we want to latch on to it. I think it's more about understanding what are the customer problems, right? Because technology has to, meet or, exceed, a customer's issue, right? So if I look at it from one perspective, just to give one angle, and this is not a universal answer. If you look at customer interactions in the last few months, right, they've become touchless because today we may practice social distancing, right? So that way, if you see, many of, there's been a wide usage of QR codes because you scan it. It's also been integration with voice. So it will actually depend on what the customer problems are, and then technology will evolve to meet that customer problem.
Excellent, Deepu. Anyone else wants to?
I agree with Mr. Deepu here. I think we should not look at it from the perspective of like what the next breakthrough will be. Let's try to look at how we can fit into the ecosystem, where the ecosystem is moving, and where can I play a better role, right? Just like the ecosystem is evolving, all the players of the ecosystem have also to evolve, else they will be obsolete, right? And that's the game we have to play here. And I wish like we can realize where the ecosystem is moving faster so that we don't play the catch-up game, right? Like with COVID, some companies have played that, and we don't want to be in that situation. So I think we should change our, it will be a little bit of a paradigm shift. We should change our focus in that manner.
Yeah. So one of the things, Ashish and Deepu, to add, and my view is one shift I would personally believe, it may not be a breakthrough. Today, large part of our customer service is a responsibility of the backend team. While we're talking about digital, we're talking about enabling our distributor. One of the shift which I personally believe will happen, because there'll be more data, more insights, and more access available to even the point of where the distributor now will have a better capability and ability to give a self-service or an insta gratification to the consumer. So that's where the broker, your partners will also have that level of capability. Is I would say, which could enhance satisfaction and also give opportunity to the distributor to earn a higher share of wallet from the end consumer. So that one change.
You are bang on target, Kamlesh. I agree with you. I think at the end of the day today, the era of a customer, or somebody sharing a grievance, flowing all the way to head office, getting resolved, flowing back. I think we have to do away with that. It's about empowerment at the front end. So whether it is the customer doing self-service at his end, where it is direct, or it is a distributor who's doing it on behalf of the firm, because we all know that a large part of it is distribution led. So yes, I think clearly that is the way forward.
Sure.
I just want to add on, Kamlesh. I was just going to say one small thing that, as the regulatory framework opens up, I think the product innovation will see a huge surge. I think today we are all kind of still in a templated form, trying to seek approvals and so on and so forth. And there are a set of products all operating with. But if that suite opens up and each company is allowed to create their own products and the consumer is allowed to create their own product, I think the product innovation will see a very different level of high and the kind of risk that will start getting covered.
Excellent. Namrata, any other question?
Yes. So next question is, how are insurance adapting to the unprecedented pace of change we are seeing today?
Anyone?
I think we talked at length about this thing, right? Like how either companies are preparing for the next, digital transformation wave that will come, or they have already created products and technologies that can enable them to grow at even faster pace in, let's say, 2021, 2020, right? So the focus has shifted from just launching, product to like how to create the scalable architecture that can help us iterate it even more faster, so that we can create these turnkey solutions that can be beneficial for our partners, that can be beneficial for our consumers. So I think when the first COVID wave happened, everyone started to take an inward look to see what is wrong with the architecture, what is wrong with the product, what is wrong with the technology. And they build on top of that. The last 1 year has been real eye-opener for companies. They have started to build technologies, they have started to build architecture, hire right talent to fill that gap. And I think most of the companies are better prepared, so that you will see a lot of new insurance products coming in the market at a very fast pace. And at an even faster pace, they are going to die down if they could not find a product market fit, which is good for the industry, because consumers are going to get products that they actually want, rather than like the products insurance companies want to push on that, right? So that is the big change you will see in the market.
Excellent.
Okay, so the next question is, how can insurers build on first generation agency portals with new capabilities to support the entire distribution management lifecycle?
That's a specific one. Do we have some answers for that?
I think Amrish is the right person.
Sorry, I missed the question. If you could just repeat, Namrata.
Yeah, sure. I repeat, how can insurers build on first generation agency portals with new capabilities to support the entire distribution management lifecycle?
Slightly.
While Amrish is actually responding, I think Amrish, you are from banca side, right?
That is right. That is right. That is right, Jitendra.
And this is more on the agency side of it. So I'm sure you would be reflecting from a Max Life experience also. But for a FC, who is a financial consultant onboarding, there is a typical process which is taking a longer time in terms of onboarding of them in completing their documentation, making them IRDA compliant in terms of a training, then providing licensing and so on and so forth. So earlier that was an offline kind of a process, is now no more offline. The entire onboarding is making a STP experience where the documents are getting uploaded, it is scrutinized, training begins, which is not necessarily required to be a offline training. It can be an online training. Setups are done. Examinations are the only requirement because that's a IRDA governed, is in a physical environment, and the licensing process happens. So that is the first part of the engagement of a typical financial agent. The second part of the engagement is once the onboarding has taken place, if a prospecting is to be done, there is a sufficient sales tool and sales journey which is available, which is completely digitized from a prospecting to a login experience or even going beyond. There are new verticals which have been created, which is creating a telemedical or video medical kind of an interface, where the financial consultant along with the customer in the same point of time connects with the doctor instantly and completes their journey, which completes maybe 10, 20, 30% of the business, which earlier was requiring physical visit to the medical centers. And then any of those policy servicing are actually assisted. So there are lot of knowledge management tools, chat experiences available where a person need not get into a branches or get into a call center or divert the customers for servicing to somebody else. They themselves can service it. So the earlier discussion which we had, where the salesperson who was conditioned to think only for a sales is actually becoming a service point for customers and is making a better engagement with customer, which is helping them in terms of their prospect. So it's an end-to-end experience for a agency kind of a channel which has already started taking place.
If I can further add briefly to the points that Jitendra already covered, I think he's absolutely right. The journey starts from the onboarding digitization. For a 360-degree agent portal, apart from these things, the capabilities around selling renewal, both new business renewal, and then some other tenants which are coming in, becoming important today. So like, for example, one area which I call self-marketing. So you can actually start having certain self-marketing capabilities, which can then be used by the agent to market those capabilities to his or her potential set of leads and customers, and then conclude the journeys there. The other thing, which is, and the last thing which sort of closes the loop, is the ability to configure the hierarchy, targets, and give a visibility into the entire incentive and commission plan for an agent. Right. So that sort of closes the loop right from onboarding to education to the actual sales transaction commerce, and finally to his or her earning, which is the key aspect of how he or she is growing in the entire ladder. So that, I think, sort of seals the entire end-to-end digital platform for an agent.
Thanks, Anbu, for covering this aspect. Very vital. Absolutely.
Yeah. Namrata?
Yes. And the last question is, what cultural and organizational changes are necessary to become data-driven and analytics-led?
Anyone wants to add?
So I can jump into this, right? So fundamentally, yes, it's a large part of kind of what we do as well, right? So I think looking and considering what is future looking from day one rather than just shipping something out is the most critical aspect of it, right? In the sense of you might need X, Y, and Z to do something, to ship something and get a product out or get a new feature out. But what kind of data can you extract from it which is forward looking. How does the customer behave? What is the kind of customer? Maybe customer profiling, his journey. Thinking that through is the first aspect of it. And then second, of course, is the entire data engineering piece behind it, which is to make sure that you can actually collect and store this data at a large scale. And then when you actually want to use it, you have the capability to actually act on it, right? Because otherwise, I've seen large places where just data becomes a dump and there's no way to act on it. So that's the second part of it, I would say.
So if I may add, Shyam, to your point is, for the audience is, one is the attributes, what to an extent Shyam talked about. Second is converting those attributes to an actionable outcome, which is kind of creating a data model or a data mart. The third part is converting these particular bits into an insight, is in form of what you'll flesh out in a form of a report or in a form of into an outcome. So, no matter what models you will use, what Shyam and I echo is your data structure, your data model, your ability to reuse the design what you create is going to be more critical if you want to look out and kind of get into a behavioral insights or predictive insights.
Absolutely.
So Namrata, can we conclude with that happy?
Yeah, sure. There are no more questions from audience.
Thank you everyone. Jitendra, Shyam,
Thank you.
Ashish, Anubhav.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure connecting.
Thanks,
Likewise.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Kamlesh, actually, we want to take a screenshot of all the panelists smiling.
Smiling, is it? That's a prerequisite, huh?
Yeah.
This is the digital version of saying say cheese.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namrata, I hope you'll send across the images to us, right?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You are dangerous, Kamlesh. You just read my mind.
Digitally. Moderate karke. Good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks all. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks to all the esteemed leaders for making this discussion rich with your thoughts. Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are India's most prestigious awards in technology, supply chain, logistics, procurement, and marketing, organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, I would like to hand over the forum to our CEO, Mr. Sandeep Anand, who is going to declare the voting results for top banking tech solutions of India.
Thank you, Namrata. It's a great honor, actually. It's a great honor to be with the top technology leaders of the country and disclose the top banking solutions of India. We all get research from USA, Europe, Asia Pacific, but there's no such research happening for India, for Indian conditions, Indian skills, Indian companies, Indian business environment. So we've found that some of the leaders requested us if we can take this lead, and so we have started this process. And we are very, very happy that even in the selection of the top companies, the CIOs, the top CIOs, CTOs, and the business leaders have come forward and helped us. And also thousands of professionals have voted for this top banking solutions of India, which makes us the only People Choice Award in terms of rating of the banking solutions. So the next slide, please. So when we talk about the top banking solution providers 2021, so as I told you, we did research on solution providers currently available in India. We also took feedback of hundreds of industry leaders, including CIOs, CTOs, and technology leaders and business leaders. It was further voted by thousands of professionals, the technology professionals who are using the solutions day in and day out. So when we were doing these two key parameters which we looked at, one was the vendor's vision. It indicates the vision of vendor to develop futuristic solution, not run-of-the-mill, only good for the current processes, but should be futuristic. And the second thing is vendor vision should also have robust foundation of purpose. strategy, innovation, financial ability, and technical ability, and market responsiveness, and the reach. The next big thing which came in terms of how the leaders select these kind of solutions was the usability. It indicates the ability of solutions to enhance user efficiency, effectiveness, and experience through its function and features. Coming to the not standing between you and the top banking solutions, which many of you and the thousands of professionals have voted. Let's go to the next slide. So we broke it into the 4 parts: innovators, leaders, core solution, and specialists. Again, the top banking solutions were the leaders of Capgemini, Infosys, ACI Worldwide, Atos. This is what CIOs, CTOs, and the professionals think of India. Then the innovators are Temenos, Birlasoft, CH, FS, and Latitude FinTech. The specialists are FIS Global, Oracle, Fiserv, and the core solution are Intellicus, Pennant, CMSIT, and Unisys. So congratulations to the leaders, innovators, specialists, and core solution providers who have worked hard to be in these quadrants, and we are very happy to declare that. And thanks to the technology leaders and professionals who have helped us to determine this and make it the biggest or the best People Choice Awards of India. Thanks a lot. Over to Namrata.
Thank you, Sandeep. Now, we will start with the first award for the day, that is Most Innovative Digital Leader of the Year. Life Insurance 2021 goes to Jitendra Agarwal from HDFC Life Insurance. I request Mr. Jitendra to receive his award and to speak few words on it.
Thank you, Eldon, for creating this forum and making this Inflection award. It is pretty encouraging. This award actually goes to all those customers and the employees who worked to make this innovation really happen during the COVID time. If a customer would not have embraced, and some of our channel partners, employees, and the larger organization support would not have been there to really make that thing happen, some of these reality of creating a business value would have been only in the blueprint. So I'm really sincerely thankful to all who have really made this possible. In a effort to make digitization as an experience to the customer, this was a small effort which we have taken, where maintaining the social distancing norm by the salespeople, respecting customers in terms of their time, and managing the business in terms of a scale was really possible by introducing a solution which was done in a fast pace, and which created this kind of a value for the company and for the customers, and a larger ecosystem is the way they are getting inspired to apply a video and a voice-based solution to many of those future journeys. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jitendra.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Jitendra. Actually, we want to click a photo of yours, a smiling picture.
I'm ever smiling.
I think you deserve a bigger smile, Jitendra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jitendra.
Appreciate it.
Next award for Technology Leader of the Year, General Insurance 2021 goes to Anubhav Rajput from Cholamandalam General Insurance. I request Mr. Anubhav to receive his award and speak few words on it.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very strong and a very well appreciated appreciation of the fact that the entire effort that is being done by my team and the trust that the business stakeholders and customers are placing in our solutions and offerings is indeed a step in the right direction, and indeed the strategy is working fine. This is absolutely a big validation of that. And my biggest thanks goes to my team who has been stretching for weeks and months to bring some of these automations in the troublesome times of pandemic hit here. I think we are all moving in the right direction. There is still miles to go, but this is a good validation of our strategy. So once again, thank you very much.
Great show, Anubhav.
Anubhav, we would like to take your smiling picture for the screenshot.
Sure, am I visible? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are visible and audible. Thank you. Thank you, Anubhav.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next award for Bancassurance Business Leader of the Year, Life Insurance 2021 goes to Amrish Kher from Max Life Insurance. I request Mr. Amrish to come and receive his award.
Thank you so much, Amrita and Alden Global, frankly, for this award. I think it's a very, very, I would say, satisfying award. But I think clearly this award is really owed to my team, because I think in the toughest of the period, the kind of resilience and passion delivered is what has kind of delivered some, I would say, great results for us as an organization and as a team. So I think really, really thankful to my team for this award. And thanks to you guys for recognizing the business performance in the last year gone past. So thank you so much. Thanks for this award. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Amrish. Great show.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. Thank you.
Congratulations, Amrish.
Thank you, Namrata.
I request you to smile for.
I mean, with an award like this, I'm certainly about to smile.
Thank you, Amrish.
Thank you.
Award for Best Customer Experience and Contact Center Management Life Insurance 2021 goes to Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance. I request Mr. Kamlesh to come and receive his award.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Alden Global team. I think it's a reiteration of the fact of with this award that one has to continue delivering an exemplary service for the customers. So customer centricity is one of our core value at Edelweiss Tokyo, and especially while all the entire industry members following COVID, including Edelweiss, had moved digital. One of the things which we kept alive is our ability to connect with the customer with a complete empathy. Reach out to them in the trying times, especially in claims. I think that's something which we would want to work extra hard to make sure the ultimate moment of truth for the customer is fulfilled. And something which there are very few companies in the industry which are following is a mechanism of tracking consumer feedback very, very religiously. We're following NPS as a methodology where every feedback, every detractor or is an opportunity for us to work upon and make the service recovery and the experience better. So, with this award, Alden Global, I think it's a big encouragement and motivation for the team. It only gives us more opportunity to, acknowledge that we're going in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kamlesh. We are taking your.
Kamlesh.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thanks a lot.
Kamlesh, please smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Sure.
I think your video is closed, Kamlesh.
Is it? I can see the video. Is it number?
No, we can see you. We can see you.
Yeah.
Now we can
it's
see.
Clear. Now we can see.
Okay. So I have the privilege with Deepu and Amrish also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great show, Kamlesh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next award for Best Innovation in Customer Experience General Insurance 2021 goes to Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. I request Mr. KV Dipu to come and receive this award.
Thank you so much, Sandeep, Namrata, and the Alden Global team. Our theme is caringly yours, and glad that we won this because customers are the reason we exist. So good to see a validation of our efforts. Thank you so much.
Great show, Deepu. Amazing work. Getting it from jury like you. This is one of the biggest award in India for technology.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. Thanks so much for your kind words and your motivation.
Big smile. Yeah, Namrata, you can catch the screenshot.
Yeah.
Big smile, Deepu. I think it's a very big award. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I hope I'm smiling sufficiently, Namrata.
Yeah. Thank you, Deepu.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next award for Digital Leader of the Year, General Insurance 2021 goes to Shyam Shishadri from Tata AIG General Insurance. I request Mr. Shyam to come and receive this award.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. Thank you, Namrata. I mean, this is a great honor. I mean, from the jury coming like this, it's a great surprise and a good validation of the kind of work that we're driving at Tata AG with the digital innovation as well. So great, thanks, good validation. Time to dig in and do some more good work.
Congratulations, Shyam.
Thanks, Sandeep.
Congratulations, Shyam. I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot. Shyam, your video is not visible.
No, it is. Namrata, it's visible.
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Shyam.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Shyam. I think this has been a tough year. 2020 was tough, 2020. And, getting an award in these years, I think is one of the biggest motivation for the leaders like you. Congratulations. Absolutely. And keep doing great work.
Thanks, Sandeep. Thanks so much. Stay safe, everyone.
Next award for Best Digital Insurer of the Year, Startup General Insurance 2021 goes to Eco General Insurance. I request Sanskriti to come and receive this award.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, the Alden Global team. And we would, thank you from the bottom of our heart for the recognition. We at ACO are overwhelmed as we receive the title of Best Digital Insurance Company of the Year within 4 years of our operation. We are a new age startup brand. And this, gives us truly the motivation that we are looking for. Unfortunately, our CEO Varun Dua could not attend, but he too is excited and would like to thank the team for all the efforts without which this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you once again to the jury and the Inflection team for recognition, and look forward from here. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Sanskriti, for building a young brand.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Congratulations, Sanskriti.
Thank you, Namrata.
I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Sure.
I think your smile is not commensurate to the award you are getting.
No, sure. Everybody at ACO is truly happy, and this is like the best evening.
The jury on this award is one of the best in the country, the top leaders. And so it's not easy to get this one. Congratulations, a big congratulations.
Sure. This is truly very motivating for us because we have just started and upwards and onwards from here.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanskriti. Next award for Most Innovative CIO of the Year, HFC 2021 goes to Vijay Kumar from Art Housing Finance. I would like to call Vijay to receive this award.
Thanks, Namrata. Thanks, Sandeep. And thanks, Alden Global team.
It's a honor for me to get this award. Appreciated for that, and recognizing the contribution toward the housing finance company from our side. Thanks everyone for that.
Great show, Vijay, to you and your team. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, Sandeep. Thanks.
Congratulations, Vijay.
Thank you so much.
I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Yeah, please.
You deserve a better smile, Vijay. It's not easy to get this one. Because juried by the top leaders of the country.
I know, yeah. I'm really honored for that. I was a little bit tense, before things could come. I mean, until I got a confirmation. Now I'm really happy. I mean, it's a honor for me and my company and the team for that. And thanks all for
more glory to you and your team. Congratulations.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you so much.
Award for Tech 40 Under 40 Microfinance 2021 goes to Atul Gaurav from A Finance. I request Mr. Atul to receive this award and speak few words on this.
Thanks, Namrata. Thanks, Sandeep. This is really quite meaningful for us. And it's been a long journey there in iFinance, and we have been doing good. And this award means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Atul.
Thanks, Sandeep. Thanks again.
Congratulations, Atul.
You should be more happy being 40 under 40 in microfinance.
Yeah.
I think it's a big one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Atul.
Thank you, Namrata. Thanks, Sandeep, again.
Next award for Best Financial Services API FinServe 2021 goes to Angel Broking. I request Mr. Prabhakar Tiwari to receive this award.
Yeah, thanks, Namrata. I'm really honored. On behalf of my team, I'm very happy to receive this award. Angel Broking has gone through a lot of digital transformation since 2016, and we are truly a fintech broker now. And receiving this award from the jury on this forum, we are really honored. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Prabhakar.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabhakar.
Yeah, thanks.
I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Prabhakar.
Congratulations, Prabhakar. Great show.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Next award for Best Innovation in Financial Inclusion Technology, Small Finance Bank 2021 goes to Fincare Small Finance Bank. I request Mr. Nilesh Singoi to speak few words on this.
I sincerely thank the organizers, Alden Global, and the jury for giving us this prestigious award. And this is a great encouragement for us to keep doing better, and really appreciate. We will, I think, the award. I would like to dedicate this award to our thousands of members who work in such trying circumstances in the field. These people genuinely deserve this award. They are the actual user of that technology and provide that service to our rural customers. So thank you so much. Thanks again, once again. This is really, really a great honor. Thank you.
Congratulations, Nilesh.
Thank you, Sandeep. Really appreciate. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nilesh. I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
Sure.
Thank you, Nilesh.
Thank you.
Yeah, more glory to you, Nilesh, because you are including the last man sitting on the fence into the financial system.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Next award for Most Innovative CIO of the Year, NBFC 2021, goes to Nikhil Bandi from Vistar Financial Services. I request Mr. Nikhil to receive this award and speak few words on this.
I would like to thank Sandeep, Namrata, and the entire jury, which gave us this opportunity to be on the platform, share our thoughts, and brought a lot of thought leadership into this event. I think I would like to dedicate this award to all the technology leaders within organizations, as well as the business leaders within organizations who embraced the new innovations which were built by Vistar to make it much more resilient organization when it comes to situations like this pandemic, and much more vibrant organization when it comes to the new technology adoption and overall digital transformation. Call it anything as sophisticated as conversational AI, or as needed as a digital payment, digital lending. The entire process, I think the way it is evaluated by Eldon Global, I would like to thank the entire jury and the Eldon Global team for giving us this award. Thank you very much once again.
Great show, Nikhil.
Congratulations, Nikhil.
Thank you.
I request you to smile so that we can take a screenshot.
Sure.
Thank you.
Great show to the whole Vistar team. Congratulations.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Next award for Young Data Scientist of the Year, ITNS MSME 2021, goes to Disha Mishra from Iris Analytics. I request
Hi,
Ms.
good
Disha
evening,
to...
everybody. Thank you for this honor. I think I'm extremely honored and extremely grateful to Alden Global, Namrata, and Sandeep for giving me this award. It's been quite a journey, and this is a great encouragement and motivation for me to be continuing to doing better and staying consistent. This wouldn't be possible without my team and all the mentors and my colleagues. So thank you so much, and it's greatly appreciated.
Congratulations, Disha. Great show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Disha. I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot. Thank you.
Look forward to see you in more awards, Disha, in the coming years. Congratulations.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much.
Good to see a woman leader being a data scientist. Congratulations.
It's quite a journey, and I've been blessed to have been working with a great team. It's just always helpful when you're being recognized for something. So thank you.
More glory to you.
Thank you.
Thank you 150 plus top leaders and 350 plus delegates for sharing your contribution and making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. See you in our next Manufacturing IT Innovation on 22nd of July 2021. Thanks to the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.